our founder and leader, Uncle Freezy. Hey, I wasn't supposed to be here tonight. My wife's asleep. I'm awake, and there's nothing better I'd like to do than hang out with my family. So I jumped on. I'm all amped. I've been watching film all day. It's the on. It may be a dirty word some places, but I love the draft. I'm addicted to the draft. Always have from a little kid, writing my notes. So I'm in deep draft analysis, watching game films. I watch a full game and stuff like that. So I'm in my sleeper phase. I have a lot of work over the next several months, but been compiling lots of good stuff. So it's a night after our 107-89 loss to the Magic. We faced the Minnesota on Sunday. You know, as we said, we don't want to get too low for losses. We don't want to get too high for wins. So, but like I said, I jumped on, and you know, this is going to be a freestyle night. So, people in the chat, anybody that, any questions, any topics, you want to talk Knicks, you want to talk music, you want to talk life, I'm cool. So, it's your show, so I want you to dictate it. But, like I was saying, I was doing a whole lot of analysis tonight and all the whole day, and looked at parts of the game from yesterday, and was looking at some of the substitutions that happened. Hey, the new Knicks, I hope all is well. That I always call my Renaissance man. Man, talented dude. I can't look at your logos without smiling, man. You have a lot of talent. Haddock and Sharon, hey, enjoyed hanging with you today, and you were great last night. And that sounds kind of weird, but really great takes. You're the future, man. You and the other young guys in the Knicks content development game. So really respect it. And let's see, Quiet Money. I don't know if you still hear Quiet Money, but Quiet Money, morning, noon, night. I love my Quiet Money, man. Hope all is well. Project Nerd HQ. Hey, man. You're so cool, the new Knicks, man. Sometimes stuff just comes out really weird. That's what she said. But just chilling tonight, man. So hey, I was doing some analysis and looking at all the things, and I was, hey, there's my guy. How
Uh,
are you?
So, Foxy,
Wife's asleep. I'm wide awake, and I said to myself, I'm not really a television person, and like I said, I've been watching film all day in my draft mode. So I said, should I just hang out or should I hang out with my friends? And I said, let me hang out with my friends today. Nothing's written in stone, so I had the night off. But it's not like when I'm on here, it's not like it's work. It's on. I'm just chilling tonight. So, how was your day?
after I struggled through Nick's morning drive,
That's a nice way to say it. Glutton
I
for punishment, my friend.
I ended up going to sleep until literally like 7 o'clock.
Oh, I was hoping even a little later.
Yeah, no, I woke up. I was like, oh man, I've literally slept the whole day away.
Oh, that's a dead sleep.
Then I went out, got something to eat, and came back in and really been watching the games tonight on TNT. We've got the All-Star starters revealed tonight, so
Yeah.
that's about it. No surprises really.
Um, it was a huge surprise actually. You're Foxy. You know your brother. I was doing my research, and I think I found something that I'm sure Mark Berman and others are going to steal from me tonight. But but I found something I think nobody's talking about, Kev. And I was hoping that we have a couple more people in before I gave away my secret. But should I do it or wait a little while?
um, I don't understand. I don't know who's all in the chat or if anyone. I mean, if you know, like we can't revisit it. Um,
Yeah. Hey, there's my guy, Ilmadix. Hope all is well.
all in the chat or if anyone.
Oh, so Ilmadix, hope all is well, man. Great takes and great taste in music. Two of my favorite things in a person, man. Cool dude, and I like when he's on the shows. I see him. So, like you were saying, Mike Morgan. Hey, what's up, Project Nerd, HQ. Um, we're people are coming in, and as always, we ask you to hit those like, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. And please share this link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. So, yep, Ilmanix. So, Freezy, you there?
Yep.
How's my guy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hey, man, I'm good. I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. Hey, Freezy, I was doing some research tonight, and I was waiting for some more people to come in. I think I got a breaking story, and I'm serious. Uh,
Wow. Wow.
and
Don't let Mark Berman steal it from you.
that's what I was saying.
Don't allow Mark
Don't
Berman to
don't be
steal it from
don't
you.
be surprised if you see this someplace else, because and it has to do with All-Star voting. So should I say it now? Should I wait till a few more people come in? What should I do, boss?
Depending on how big it is, you can
Well,
say it now because we'll
okay.
still probably be discussing it when others come in. But if it's just not minimizing your idea, but if it's something that maybe not earth shattering,
It's
then
probably not earth
but the
shattering.
way
It
you're
is to
building
me,
this up,
though.
no, I got a feeling. I got a feeling this earth shattering because you mentioned it early. So
All
you
right,
want to save it? I like surprises.
all right. You tell me. You're the commissioner. Well, it may
Let's
be.
wait. How about we do it at let's do it at 12:30.
All right. You
Can you
got it.
wait that long?
Hell yeah. And it may not be a big thing, but it is to me. I look at the world through marketing, and because of my background and certain numbers, and I look at stuff, and something just looking at the All Star voting tonight, something hit me right between the eyes that I think says a whole lot.
Well, now I
And
really want to know.
so,
We can wait though. We can wait, right? Like
so
we can
Chad,
wait 30 minutes.
yeah, Chad, talk to me. Besides that, like I said, the wife's asleep. I'm awake. I spent the whole day looking at film. I was thinking about stuff from my brother Freezy. This man is an incredibly creative guy. I just love hanging with him. We were doing some things behind the scenes today that you're going to really, really enjoy. We'll
Yep.
be working on things over the next several days, and I'm really amped. I
Right.
just love Freezy. Thank you, man. I just can't tell you how excited I get about. Like I said, it's a day off, but it's not a day off because it's not work. It's something I love, so
Right.
it's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I do
And
have a
and then
question
plus
for
it's
you there.
fun. I have a question for you too.
Okay, but I'll let you finish.
So you want to ask it? No, ask your question first.
So yesterday, and this is, I guess, it's Blorn's Tears kind of thing, but it's not Nick's thing. It's Mets thing. Yesterday, or the day before, when I said I think the Mets should trade Dom Smith, J.D. Davis, and Brett Batty for Matt Chapman, you had said something, and I
Right.
didn't get what you had said. I didn't hear what you had said, but it sounded like you said no, that's too much or
Right.
something. So I
Right.
wanted to take the time
Basically,
for you to
basically.
clarify that.
Okay. So basically, I said you lucky. I don't have gas in my car because I would come see you face to face for saying some mess like that.
How is
but
that
you may have
mess?
gas from
Basically,
the
that's the
Taco
gist
Bell.
of the conversation.
So let me get this straight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I
Would
used
you
it all at one time too.
would
I'm fart man.
would you agree that Matt Chapman is a top three third baseman in baseball?
Yes.
Okay. Would
Yes.
you agree
I would
that
say
Dom?
him, Arenado, and maybe Machado. Maybe Machado.
Okay. So he's a top three third baseman in baseball. Would you say that Dom Smith and or J.D. Davis is top 10 at any position? No.
No, no. Well. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Dom Smith is top 10 at first base, but he can't play first base because you can't take Pete Alonso's bat out of the lineup, and Pete Alonso can't play another position. If we adopt the DH, if they take on the DH, and Dom Smith can play first base, I would say top 10, maybe top 8. JD Martinez, his
JD
defense is
Davis.
atrocious. I mean, I'm sorry, JD Davis, his defense is atrocious at third base, and you know that.
Yes.
You know that's the reason his bat is okay, but his defense is atrocious. It's the reason why we're looking for a third baseman right now.
Mm-hmm. And if you got Matt Chapman, you wouldn't need Brett Batty because you would assume that you were locking up Matt Chapman long term.
Right, but if you wait 3 years, Brett Batty could be Chapman.
But if Steve Cohen said he wants to win a championship in the next 3 years, then the window is right now.
Right. Well, why not do this? Why not trade Jeff McNeil and JD Davis for Chapman?
Because JD Davis is a top 5 second baseman.
No, Jeff McNeil is a top 5.
Yeah,
second
Jeff
baseman.
McNeil
But
is a
his
top 5
defense
second
is
baseman.
Hey, I thought the rumor mill was
yeah.
the Mets were gonna go after Chris Bryant.
Well,
Yeah.
last week
Yeah.
they kind of made a phone call to Oakland about Matt Chapman. I guess historically, you know how Oakland is with paying their star players.
Free agents, right? Yeah.
Free agents or just
They
younger
just won't
players.
do it. Yeah.
So with that being said, they made a call, and I just think to me that Dom Smith is probably a little bit expendable, especially if there's no DH in the National League. Because as bad as JD Davis is at third, and he's bad, Dom Smith's not a great left
He is
fielder.
bad.
Dom Smith's not a great left fielder.
No, he's not. He's bad.
And so
He's
if you put a
bad,
bad
but he's
left
a
fielder,
good defensive first baseman.
and also this, Brandon Nemo's not a good center fielder at all.
No, he's probably more of a left fielder.
So if you trade Dom Smith, it opens up left field for Brandon Nemo to go over. You remove JD Davis and actually have a Gold Glove winning third baseman there.
Yeah.
Hopefully you sign JBJ, and all of a sudden you might have one of the best defenses in all of baseball.
And offenses.
Oh, and offense. I ain't even talking about offense. Offense would just be a juggernaut because you have a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. McNeil, Lindor, Alonso, Chapman, and Conforto.
Yep.
And all you got to give up is Dom Smith and JD Davis and Brett Batty.
Why don't you just give up JD Davis and Brandon Nemo?
The only reason I don't want to give up Nemo is because I like his production at the top of the lineup.
You like his patience. You like his patience at the plate, right?
Yeah.
But he gives you a little bit. He's basically our version of Brett Gardner without the speed. Basically, is what he is. Because he can play some center sometimes, but not all the time. You don't want him over there all the time. He's a left fielder. He's patient at the plate. You know what I'm saying? He's reasonably healthy most of the time. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I get where you're going there. I would rather because the thing is what if Pete Alonso is a flash in the pan, right? Because last season just passed, he could not diagnose the slider from the fastball, right? And it led to a lot of bad looking strikeouts. And Dom Smith, on the other hand, a sweet swinging left-handed bat that could play some first base, some smooth first base. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would rather have Dom at first.
Well, the
I would
only
rather have
reason
Dom at first
I
base.
say that Dom is because as of right now, if you throwed out the Mets starting day lineup, they have 5 out of their 8 positional players are left-handed hitters.
Mm-hmm.
5 out of 8, and the other one is a switch hitter.
And it's a switch hitter, right?
So technically, you got 6 lefties and 2 righties.
Right. What about James McCann? James McCann is a righty, right?
Yeah, so James McCann and Pete Alonso are your only two everyday
The
right-handed
catcher.
hitters. Yeah, McCann and Alonso are the only two right-handed hitters.
Right. Okay.
Lindor's a switch hitter, and everybody else bats left.
Who's a switch hitter?
Lindor.
Oh, yeah, Lindor. That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you need you
But
you have to have
what,
more balance somewhere.
but what's the problem when you face mostly right-handed pitching?
I mean, there's a lot of lefties out there.
No, not quality lefties, man. Not I don't know if there's a lot of quality left-handed pitching like it was maybe say 15 years ago. I mean, it's hard finding. A lot of teams only have one left-handed guy in their bullpen.
All I'm saying is I like a little bit more balance.
Balance. I understand, but balance also comes with speed too. You know what I'm saying? I
Well,
mean,
we don't have.
just
That's why I
yeah,
said I would want to. Nemo can steal bases. He's not going to,
right.
Ricky Henderson or anything like that. I'm not confusing
Right,
with him. But he can steal bases. Lindor can
right.
steal bases. McNeil is good on the base path. I mean, that's about it.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Conforto is good on the base paths. He's not a base stealer though.
Yeah, he's going to.
Conforto can take the extra base if it's there. You know what I'm saying? If it's there to be taken, he can take it. But he's not a base stealer though.
Yeah, I mean, and we all know that Alonso is pretty much feet in the mud.
Right. He's a Paul Bunyan. He's a Paul Bunyan type dude. So.
And
What
Smith is okay. He's not the most agile. He's okay. I think Foxy dropped out.
Yeah, he's nimble in space. He's nimble in space, but I don't think he's nimble in space, but I don't think he's agile. He's not gonna steal bases and all that stuff.
And so, with all that being said, Matt Chapman is almost perfect. And if you get Matt Chapman, this infield it's not as good as a 99 infield defensively, but it's pretty close. The 99 infield was special.
Right.
Defensively, that is.
Yeah. No doubt.
So, I don't know where Foxy went.
Yeah.
Or our lead man.
Oh yeah, where'd he go?
Huh?
You said where he went?
I said, I don't know where Foxy went.
Okay.
Hopefully he'll be back.
Yeah.
He had some technical difficulties. But so I was waiting for 12:30. The anticipation is killing me.
What's up, boss?
What up? Uncle Freezy, what's good, baby?
Ain't nothing to it, man. I'm chilling.
Kev, what up?
Chilling, man.
Good evening.
I kind of like that move for Chapman that you guys were saying.
See,
the only thing that I have, Oakland has a history of like trading players right before they like get injured or start declining. Every one of their all-star players that like reached their prime with them and they sent off, they have a history of that. Mark Mulder, Jason Giambi,
Yeah,
well,
I forgot
about
Giambi
had some good
Tim
years.
Hudson. Remember Tim Hudson and Barry Zito?
Yeah, absolutely. Later on, but when Giambi first came to the Yankees, he didn't live up to that contract.
Yeah.
Well,
but I hope the Met, that Mets Yankee rivalry gets spiced up.
Right now, I'm not sold on the full potential of the Mets. I think that I look at Atlanta and I look at Washington, and I'm like, are we really that much better than those two teams? And if we are, is it by that much?
I think Washington maybe. Atlanta, they always play above their talent. So
Atlanta and St. Louis, those two teams.
Yeah. And then Atlanta just got Arenado. I don't know why we didn't get in on it. Did you see what St. Louis gave up for Nolan Arenado?
Nothing.
A bag of chips and a sun kiss.
Basically.
And Steve Cohen has the money. They
But it
literally
wasn't
gave
even
them
a full
$50
sun
million.
Right. Right. I don't know why we didn't get in on the Arenado thing. Probably because, we have to sign 2 guys to extensions already with Conforto and Lindor. So, and then I don't know if Arnold got his extension already or not. I can't remember. But he's big money also. So, but we'll see how it goes, man. I'm glad we didn't sign Trevor Bauer.
Yeah. I think y'all dodged a bullet with that. I think Kev, your mic is mute. Kev.
I would have liked Bauer.
Y'all, what do you mean, y'all? Hector,
I'm saying the Mets.
What do you mean? What do you mean, y'all? You not a Mets fan?
Nah, I'm not. I apologize.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
oh,
Let me move my camera to hide what's behind me.
Oh man, come on, big dog. Come on, big dog.
But I still root because I want that rivalry.
Yes, Foxy.
Yeah, some network had to reboot my router for some reason, but I'm back. Hector, how are you?
Okay.
I'm good, Uncle Foxy. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing well.
The professor.
Yeah, I enjoyed you the other day. I said the other day that I woke up as always, said my prayers and turned on Knicks Morning Drive. Was enjoying it. Had to leave, do some chores. I came back and I saw a discussion go from Dolan to a discussion on socialism and capitalism. And the next thing I know, I'm playing Rage Against the Machine.
There you go. Uncle Foxy.
But I really enjoyed it, man.
Yeah,
man.
So I had technical difficulties. I got my whole setup back. My fault, Freezy. I keep cutting you off.
Nah, man. We good. It's because I don't have my camera on. But the thing is in a free flowing conversation where people are smart and thoughtful, sometimes the conversations will go to these places organically, and sometimes you can kind of feel them going that way, and not really, depending on your mood, you can try to pull away, or sometimes it just sucks you in like a vortex, and you're just in it.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the thoughts that you share, it's like, based off of it, all your experiences, and sometimes what you hear other people say. But I like I like being in a situation where people are comfortable enough and feel safe enough where they'll share their thoughts without feeling like they'll be judged.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always excited for a setting like that.
Yeah. No. And absolutely. But it's like I didn't want to steer the conversation that way. It's just like somebody asked me my thoughts on James Dolan, and I just automatically see red whenever I hear his name. So I just jump into like debate Lord Andy. So my apologies on that.
No, man, no. Hey, because sometimes me and Foxy would jump into conversations about music or 70s batting stances. You know what I'm saying? And people are like, what are you 70s batting stances? Yes, dog, I promise you. I used to collect baseball cards, and sometimes it'd be like the classic baseball card picture with the guy, the headshot with the bat over his shoulder. Like Uncle Freezy left field for the San Diego Padres. And then sometimes it'll be like the action shot, like it'll be the sideways card, and you'll see him in that stance. And then you'd be like, that is like the dopest thing ever.
No, but Freezy, you can't lie though. Everybody growing up going to the batting cages, you try to do everybody's batting stance, everyone in the book, and then like when baseball games started coming out and they started showing you, that's when it even got better.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid,
I thought, to me.
Go ahead, Freezy.
No, go ahead.
Are
Man.
you there? No, I was just gonna say when I was a kid, the one player I tried so hard to emulate was Gary Sheffield.
Oh yeah.
But you have to have a lot of wrist, a lot of strength in your wrists to do that. Because if you don't, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah.
Especially with 100-mile-per-hour fastballs.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I'm like, okay,
definitely.
let me just go ahead and go back to my back to normal. But I used to love how Gary Sheffield used to bat.
My favorite of all time is Ken Griffey. Ken Griffey just has the smoothest swing, the smoothest after walk. Like that was just poetic, man.
Effortless.
Like, yeah.
And the ball exploded.
And someone in the chat just brought up
man.
Ruben Sierra. Ruben Sierra really did have a good batting stance.
Yeah, that toe up, that front toe. Yeah, quick bite.
Hey, how you gonna say King Griffey Jr.? We first saw that bat stance from Darryl Strawberry, like the tall kid with the smooth swing and the twirl of the bat. You remember Darryl Strawberry?
Oh no! I wasn't in that era, but like I grew up watching a lot of like Darryl Strawberry, like because my uncle was a diehard Met fan, so I just grew up with that in my house. Like he had like VHS. Salute, Kev. My uncle had a bunch of VHS tape from like old school Met games, so he used to show me that all the time. But yeah, Strawberry was more like his legs were more together. Ken Griffey was more spread apart, in my opinion.
And he had that wingspan, Strawberry, so he had that long swing.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Griffey Jr. is the reason I'm a baseball fan. I mean, Griffey Jr. The home run derby in Baltimore.
Hat to the back.
Where Griffey was
classic.
hitting, because you know how Camden Park is set up. They got that building that's right
that
there.
paper factory that was in the back.
And he was hitting balls on the roof of that building.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, this man is otherworldly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was the word that was great. He was otherworldly, and I was like, and it was so natural. Like it looked like it was just effortless.
Yeah,
and I was like, I really think had he not gotten hurt in those Cincinnati years.
Yeah, those 3 seasons.
He probably could have challenged Bonds for the home run title.
No, he definitely would have. If he would have stood healthy, he definitely would have.
Yeah.
And we need to stop and get Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. People need to stop hating.
He really should. And my take on this is, like I said, I don't blame any of those players who. Now, this is in my opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I say this, because I do not believe in my heart of hearts that MLB, Major League Baseball, didn't know something was going on. I'm not going to sit here and say that Major League Baseball did not know. And all they did was turn a blind eye, and they profited so much from 98 to 2008.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of money they profited on the same players who they're trying to shun now. Because everywhere Barry Bonds went, he was drawn sold out. He could have been in Miami, or we all know like the crowds in Atlanta. He would have went anywhere and selling out for those 3-4 games he was there. Everywhere. And baseball made so much money. The TV deals was out the roof during this time period. Roger Clemens winning Cy Youngs and everything else. And so I'm not going to sit here and say, like, they didn't know. And so I'm like, you guys need to do better by the people who made you billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm. No, you totally right. And the time frame that you said, it was perfectly right, like 98 to 2000, because you could say what you want, like the Yankees were winning, but it was perfect for the small market teams, because the small market teams had those players that were juiced up, was able to draw in those extra numbers. So if you're going to have the commissioner who oversaw all of that be allowed to be in the Hall of Fame, then the players should be as well.
Yeah. Well, the juice was flowing, man. The dude who starts to really take off at 35 years old.
The Wheaties, Steve, the Wheaties.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at this, you think this, can you honestly say that Barry Bonds was not already a Hall of Fame worthy before, like his Pittsburgh years alone?
He was not.
How was it, Steve?
His Pittsburgh years?
Hey, Zach, how are you?
Good, you?
Good. No, just meaning his Pittsburgh years from his rookie season. 16 home runs, 25 home runs, 24 home runs, 19 home runs, 33 home runs, 25 home runs, 34 home runs. Here comes the juice.
How many stolen bases?
Yeah,
in
stolen
those same
bases,
seasons?
batting average, fielding.
36, 32, 17, 32. Hey, excellent player. Hall of Fame is a whole nother league, a whole nother level. And
Yeah, but he was
So
averaging.
should
His
Kurt, Kurt
Steve, was his career average around 300. He was a 30 for 30 threat and a great fielder. He was an all 5-tool player before the juice.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he bulked up and he was juicing, he was a power hitter, but his fielding went down. He was the different style of player, but the player he was before was a 5-tool player that was out of this world as far as talent goes. He could have been a Hall of Famer. He kept those numbers up his whole career, stayed healthy.
Rookie year 223, year after 261, 283,
Ooh,
248,
Steve, we got the stats.
301, 292, 311. So
Yeah, he was getting there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was getting there, but
So the argument could be made he could have been a Hall of Famer.
No, I don't know. I think the Juice put him, just meaning to me, a Hall of Famer is a Hall of Famer, man. There is no question about the stats. But
Mike Trout
is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's no doubt about it.
Okay, well, let me give you this one.
Ken Griffey, when you saw him,
is a Hall of Famer.
Was Roger Clemens a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, at one point, yep, before the Juice.
Oh my God! Of course he was.
Yeah, like Roger Clemens.
But he'll never get in.
A Hall of Famer.
But he'll never get in.
Like, I don't think Kurt Schilling took steroids. I don't think Kurt Schilling took steroids. He was just lumped in with everyone who was in that generation.
Yeah.
Kurt Schilling was. I don't think that the reason he's not in is because of his media relations.
Exactly.
Well,
which is unfair.
Well, he has 21 years in the major leagues and only has 210 wins.
But those Arizona years,
but he was never the number one pitcher. He was behind Randy Johnson. So as a number two pitcher, you better be getting those numbers in the NL West. NL West that was weak.
Well, you can argue it was like 1A, 1B.
Because everyone's arguing with Kurt Schilling is that his postseason numbers, and I give it to you, cool. But if you're gonna say that his postseason numbers is what get him to the Hall of Fame, then why isn't Bernie Williams in the Hall of Fame?
A lot of the difference too. A lot of Hall of Fame talk. It's not even just about numbers. Is did you impact? Can you talk about the game of baseball without mentioning Kurt Schilling?
Yes.
Yeah. So
can you bring up those Yankee dynasties in the late '90s without bringing up Bernie Williams and what he did in the postseason? You're talking about somebody who had 20 plus home runs, 80 something RBIs in the postseason.
Hey, let's put it this
80
way:
RBIs
Joe DiMaggio is in the
Hall of Fame. If
Joe DiMaggio is in the Hall
career.
of Fame, Bernie Williams should be in the Hall of Fame.
If who gets in?
Joe DiMaggio.
If Joe DiMaggio, who played center field for the Yankees, if you look at the stats, everyone knows the 56-game hitting streak and everything, but if you look at the stats as a center fielder, Bernie Williams does belong in there.
Oh, I'm a big Bernie fan.
Right. What about
it's definitely like baseball's one of the.
What about if you say it that way, do you believe Duke Snyder should be in?
That's way before my time.
Because if you say Bernie. So when you look at Duke Snyder's number, Duke Snyder, Bernie Williams, you kind of gotta, look at that.
But the only argument that I bring up with Bernie, it's a different game, and two is like Bernie's postseason numbers. Like the numbers he put up is like on par with someone's regular season numbers.
Bernie is during the regular season, he was never really like special. You know what I mean? Like he never had that.
He was to us as Yankee fans.
Yeah.
Well, no, but he wasn't. I mean, he was nowhere near like the Ken Griffey of the world.
Wasn't even.
Oh no.
He wasn't even the core four of those Yankee dynasties.
Right.
Because they leave him out.
Right.
How can we? That's on them to leave him out.
Yeah. Well, not really, because and Bernie Williams, like when Bernie Williams came up, we didn't know what Bernie Williams was going to be because he was not a better center fielder than Deion Sanders and Roberto Kelly, right? So they bring up these three young guys at the same time. The Yankees do Deion, Roberto Kelly, and Bernie Williams, and it's like, what does Bernie Williams do that those guys can't do, right? And the only
16 years later, a 297
Bernie,
batting average.
You won a batting title?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
16 years with a 300 basically average. That's incredible.
2,500 hits.
That's a lot too. I didn't know he had 2,500 hits.
Yeah, so it's
Bernie
like
was a stud.
lot.
Yeah, that's like, so it's like people bring up like people like Craig Biggio, and I take nothing from Craig Biggio. Craig Biggio played like he has over 3,000 at bats. He better have 3,000 hits.
Yeah. There was a little juice there too, though.
Yeah, and plus, I think Craig Biggio is not a Hall of Famer. I don't think he is. I think
He's a compiler. Yeah,
I think Craig Biggio. Yeah, I think Craig Biggio and Dame Lillard are in the same category. I think they're just compilers of numbers, but they don't have a huge impact on a franchise's overall success. They just compile a lot of stats.
You know who I feel like should be in the Hall of Fame and probably won't, but definitely should, and I don't care. Manny Ramirez.
Morris.
Manny Ramirez was the best
Morris.
right-hitting batter for years, man. The hardest out, just unbelievably beautiful hitter.
I know he gave our. I know I hated.
Scary.
I hated watching him against the Yankees. I know that.
Yeah.
Who was better,
That 04 postseason.
Don't ruin my night.
Him or Miguel Cabrera.
Miguel Cabrera.
Manny Ramirez.
Miguel Cabrera.
The only
Miguel Cabrera, the things he did at the plate.
Who's better?
Who's a better hitter? Miguel Cabrera.
Manny is a better hitter than Miguel Cabrera.
In what way?
No.
What makes him
Every way.
What makes him better?
Every way.
Well, describe it. What makes him better?
I think he's a better contact hitter. He's a better power hitter. He's a better clutch hitter.
Power hitter, yeah, but all around spreading it, Miguel Cabrera was his hands was poetic. Like he won a triple crown.
I seen this man hit a walk-off single to win a game when they were trying to intentionally walk him.
I mean, he was
amazing. The unorthodox things he could do inside the structure of a normal swing. He could do anything. He could do anything unorthodox. He was a great baseball player, man. Injuries kept him from having crazy numbers over his career.
Yeah.
You know, someone in the panel brought up Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth, for the first few seasons of his career, played when like a ground rule double was considered a home run.
Yeah.
Can't take nothing from Babe.
Miguel Cabrera is not better than Manny Ramirez.
Well, whatever you want to say.
What?
Well, hey, Miguel Cabrera, 487 career home runs, a 313 career batting average, 1,729, and I think he's a fantastic player. I'm just saying against Ramirez, 1,729 RBIs. Manny, 555 home runs, a 312 batting average, 1,631 RBIs. You know, the stats are on Manny's side, man, but they're both wonderful players, man.
How long did
I hated Manny because I'm
play?
a huge. Manny played 19 years.
Wow.
Yeah, Manny. I ain't saying nothing bad about Manny. I'm just saying talent-wise.
And 18 years for Cabrera, actually.
Zach, who would you rather face? Would you rather face Manny Ramirez in them Boston years from like 04 to 06 or Miguel Cabrera in that Triple Crown season?
I'd rather face Miguel Cabrera because his teams weren't winning nothing.
No, I'm saying as a hitter, in
Detroit.
Like who would you not want to face? Like if the game was on the line, which one of those hitters?
Game was on the line. If I was a manager and you told me to pick one of the two, I'd pick Miguel Cabrera.
Same.
Right.
He's Manny and I like Manny. I give him a lot of respect. It's just who would I rather have? I'd rather have Miguel Cabrera. They're both. I mean, it's split and cut hairs though, in my opinion. They're both all-time greats, and they both should be Hall of Famers.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and Miguel might have played 18 years, but a lot of those years he wasn't Miguel Cabrera. He had a lot of injuries, a lot of problems. But
well, the last couple of years of Manny's career, he wasn't Manny.
Yeah, but still, he didn't.
Manny was on the Mets, and people don't even remember that. He played for the Mets.
Yeah, man.
And no one even remembers that he was on the Mets. So, yeah.
Yeah, Willie Mays was on the Mets, too.
Willie Mays. Yep. Because I remember talking, and I remember talking to my pops about that. They were like, oh, Willie Mays is the greatest. And this is like in the early 70s when they were saying this. Willie Mays is the greatest athlete to ever breathe air. Right? And I'm like, really? Air?
I don't know about
Ever breathe
athlete.
air? Yup.
Yeah, one of the greatest athletes,
Yeah,
Deion Sanders, Bo Jackson.
I would say
then
Bo
when I saw,
Jackson. Yeah.
But I'm saying
but
in that era,
but
meaning
but no,
Roberto
listen.
Clemente, man,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
He'll throw
and
you
Will
out at
Chamberlain. Think about the
second.
era I'm talking about now, not just overall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the era, the early '70s, you're talking about like Wilt Chamberlain. You're talking about Jim Brown. So you talk all these names that had played in the '60s, right? And so when I saw Willie Mays, I was like, "You talking about the dude playing first base for us?" And so my pops was like, "No, man, nah, he washed up now, but back in the day." And I'm like, I don't know if he's better than Dusty Baker, who was one of my heroes back then, right? So, because
His basket
yeah,
used to his basket catch. There was a time when he played with San Francisco with Willie McCovey. They had the Alou brothers, who were really good
yeah,
hitters, and this guy Jim Ray
they had all
Hard,
three
and
brothers at one time, right?
they did. A lot of people don't know that.
My God.
And man, they
Yeah,
could hit
yeah,
Matty and Jesus and Felipe. Man,
That entire family.
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
excellent hitters.
yeah.
Excellent
Man,
hitters.
the the one thing I knew about the Alou brothers is you could not get the fastball by them. You could get them out on other stuff, but you could not you could not throw a fastball by them. Period. I don't care how hard. I don't care what pitcher of any era. You were not throwing a fastball by the Alou brothers.
Yeah.
Now change ups and curveballs. you could do
Hey,
something.
they were 300 hitters, man. They were absolutely
Yeah.
outstanding. And the great hitters, it's all about the wrists. They have great wrists. Rod Carew, all of them, just a flick, boom.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Tony Gwynn's one of my favorite
Hey,
hitters
Foxy,
ever
let
to
me-
watch.
Oh, Zach,
Tony
what
Gwynn.
a
I met
wonderful
him.
hit.
I met him when I played.
Oh,
When I was playing in high school, we won our state championship game. My mentor was Mike Lebo. He played for the Yankees back
Right.
in the day before he blew his knee out. He was supposed to be Thurman Munson's replacement. And we met Tony Gwynn at one of his camps.
Wow.
And man, that guy, just speaking to him,
Wow.
it made me a better baseball player just talking to him.
you know why a lot of people
Awesome.
loved him also,
Wow.
besides
Hey,
being a fantastic
so-
hitter? He didn't look like an athlete.
No, but you
He
hit
hit like an athlete.
He was
Yeah.
he's my favorite hitter ever to watch
Mm-hmm.
and learn from. If I have it,
Really?
when Milo gets old enough, I'm showing him film of Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
That man could hit and do anything
Oh wow.
in the batter's box.
I remember when like on-demand video, like cable first popped off,
Wow.
like in at home and stuff, and they had like the sports part, and they had the Tony Gwynn Sports School and stuff, like
Yeah.
how to hit. That was like one of my
And
favorite things to watch.
Reynolds, they had Reynolds on there too.
Yeah,
I think my favorite hitter to watch just in at bat is Pete Rose, because Pete Rose would work a pitcher to pitchers would legit be so frustrated with Pete Rose that they would just throw a ball in the dirt just to walk him, and then he knew it, right? And so when they would walk him, like the intentional unintentional walk, when he would walk him, he would like put the bat down and haul at the first base, which
Yep.
made the pitcher even more frustrated.
Charlie
So
Hustle.
he's like, God, yeah, it would make pitchers so mad, man. He's like,
Oh, Pete
dog,
he would
Rose.
literally like change his batting stance in the middle
Pete
of
Rose
an
is
at bat.
Pete Rose, but at least I got to watch a little bit of Tony Gwynn. I was a
Yeah.
little younger than
Pete Rose lighting up Bud Harrelson, breaking up a double play.
Hey, Freezer,
he's
you
getting a raw
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah.
hey
too.
Freezer,
Pete
you
Rose
remember
needs to
the
be-
name Jim Beauchamp? He used to play for the Mets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a distant family member of mine.
Oh wow.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Wow.
I
That's
tell you,
dope.
the most unconventional hitter
That's
I've
dope.
ever seen,
Hey.
who was great,
Who's
was
that?
Vladimir Guerrero.
Yeah, I was just about to guess that.
Vlad.
That
I
boy.
literally saw a ball bounce. It didn't even make
Yeah.
like, it was a ball. It bounced, and he still hit it. I'm like, why did you even swing at that? That was literally a ball, and I think he got a
Are you
double out
talking
of
about the one again? Do you ever see the one where it was like he went down on one knee, was completely fooled by a 12-6 curve from Barry Zito, and still hit it to dead center field?
Yeah. Oh no,
That,
person,
that
Yeah.
you
Frightening.
that's just
the
that's
only,
backyard wiffle ball. Like
the
way he
only
was
other
swinging and hitting
player
that thing.
I've ever seen do something like that was Mike Piazza.
Yeah.
I literally saw Mike Piazza swings
Yeah.
already went down to one
Another
knee.
juice boy.
I don't think
Nah,
Mike
I
Piazza
don't
took
think- I don't
juice.
think- Mike
Oh,
Piazza took the
absolutely.
juice.
Are you kidding
Oh,
me?
You know,
no.
maybe a
Are
lot
you
of
kidding me?
hairspray and hair
But
Reason-
at the
gel.
same at the same era, when we talk about the steroid era, though, those guys, I mean, they still amazing baseball players. Yeah, they juice, but most people, I don't like juicers, but most of them did juice, and it's still they were great players. Most of them were still great players before they juiced. So you still got to give them some respect. I mean, yeah.
I do give him respect, but remember that Clemens Piazza showdown with the broken
threw
bat?
the broken bat.
I remember watching. I was so pissed. I was like, somebody get him out this game. What's going on, umps?
My favorite bat at that was
another guy I absolutely loved to watch, and it was before the juice, before he wanted way too much money, was Robbie Cano. That man was so smooth with it.
Yeah.
And
I remember that rookie season. Him and Ching Ming Wong when they came up.
Swing, yeah.
Oh, Chen Ming Wong. Yeah.
Yeah, that right there was tragic. The way just running around the bases.
Yeah. Do you ever watch a Netflix documentary on him? They put
out?
I
know. I did. It's really dope.
Yeah, it's a good watch.
So the thing is about juicing, though. The thing about juicing is people just look at the steroids era and think it's just one era. But I'm here to tell you, everybody cheated in every era, going all the way back to because
they were taking speed,
amphetamines in the 80s.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, way
Chris
Davis,
when he got the
Whitey Ford, Mickey Man, they'd be drunk.
Yeah, literally.
The media, they couldn't get away with the stuff that they pulled back those days, man.
Nah, definitely.
Right.
Babe Ruth must have been cheating with the hot dogs and the beer.
Hey, that must have had special sauce.
They must have put steroids in the hot dogs back in the day.
Right.
Hey, Zach, you brought up wiffle ball. Wiffle ball was religion growing up.
No, I just meant the way he swings.
No, I know that, but I was just asking you guys, was it the same in your?
Yeah.
We played.
I grew up with stickball.
Yeah, for me, I was just more
stickball
just
too.
baseball.
Stickball, obviously little league. But we
ball.
played a lot of wiffle ball, man. A lot of wiffle ball.
I just found out I'm getting to coach my kids he signed up for T-ball yesterday.
Congrats.
I get to coach him.
Congrats, Zach.
Yeah.
That's dope.
I'm excited for that. I'm excited
be
for
patient.
No doubt. I know that. I've coached for 5 years, just not that level. But I mean, I can't wait to watch them pick grass and put their gloves on their head.
Oh, I had an old school dad, man, that playing shortstop and third base. You put your body, let that ball. Don't you ever do like a matador thing. So I learned from an early age. You block that with your body. Pick up that ball, throw them out, and that.
No, you do what you got to do to stop the ball.
Yeah, don't worry about it hitting your body. That was like a non-entity, man.
I played third
ball,
base
you play
a
it
lot,
the right
and
way.
The hot corner, you got to stop it at all costs.
Yeah.
Yep, you got to have them. I mean, but no, baseball, man. I actually got on because y'all was talking about baseball. That's my favorite sport.
Nah, I feel you. What do you think if they do have expansion? Like say they add two expansion teams? What do you think they should be?
Where do I think they should be?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Tennessee.
I don't think there'll be expansion because
they were talking about.
I really don't. Baseball's always behind the 8 ball when it comes to what other sports be doing.
I think
so. It's I don't know.
I think there'll be a relocation before the expansion.
I mean,
I'm intrigued.
Well, Tampa Bay, of course. So Tampa Bay is going to get relocated.
I don't know. I'm intrigued by what Steve just said about Tennessee.
Yeah, I never even thought about that.
North Carolina has a very good market. North Carolina, we have every other sport except baseball here.
I can see the Carolinas getting one.
We're in North Carolina. My sister just moved down to South Carolina to Indian Hill.
Well, it's not that far from Charlotte.
Yeah, but
we have hockey, basketball, football. We're home at basically the ACC. So we used to have a WNBA team, but they North Carolina.
Hey, Will Salkin said, funny batting stance, John Olerud. Yep. John Olerud was an excellent fielder.
But
excellent glove.
That 1999 Mets infield.
That old batter helmet he used to wear.
3 Gold Glove winners. And Edgardo Alfonso probably cheated out of a Gold Glove that year.
You say Alfonso, another unorthodox batting stance, old Soriano.
No, I said Edgardo Alfonso.
No, you said the name Alfonso.
Oh,
and you think Alfonso Soriano with the way he used to hold the heaviest bat in baseball and just chop it down.
Yeah, that
guy was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we had some good teams back in the late '90s. Those Mets teams.
They just blew up that 2000 team. After that 2000 team, they just blew it up.
They were old.
Nah, you got rid of Jay Payton, Melvin Mora. You got rid of some young cats.
It was one of those things where I think they were trying to. Well, mind you, we were still owned by the Wilpons. So
Yeah, I was about to say, how many years was it that the Wilpons took full ownership from Doubleday?
Oh, they did that in the '80s.
Oh, in the 80s? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Wilpons have owned the Mets since like 1980.
No, but I thought Doubleday was still a part of the organization till the 90s, till the mid 90s, and then the Wilpons had full ownership.
You know, I have there was something I was watching earlier today about Roy Halladay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, he had some.
Yeah.
And that boy was nasty.
Nasty.
Yeah, I hated when the Yankees faced him.
I mean, they were talking about should he get in the Hall of Fame? Like, should he? But I don't know.
He was nasty, man.
Yeah, he was.
And both leagues too.
Perfect game in the postseason.
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan JD, hope all is well. He said Soriano's worst nightmare was that Pedro Martinez slider outside. Jonathan, everybody in the league's biggest nightmare was for a number of years Pedro Martinez slider outside. Hey, by the way, Sports Vibe TV, Keese and Jonathan JD do wonderful. They just, I think, dropped one yesterday. Let me know. I think it was one yesterday that I watched. Great content. Really, really good stuff. Kudos, Jonathan and Keese. Everyone, please check out Sports Vibe TV. Really good stuff.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So
yeah.
Oh, it's 12:30, Foxy.
12:37. You're late on the reminder, Kev.
Yeah, 12:37. I'm sorry.
All right.
About baseball.
And maybe I blew my horn too much, but I think this may be interesting for a lot of people, and I really like to hear my Freezy too, what his thoughts about it. So ready? So today was the All-Star. I looked at the All-Star results, and Randall was in the 7th place, 652,417, and we're hoping that the coaches, bring him on. So that's where the story died with pretty much in New York, Randall. But I looked at all the information, your crazy old Sly Fox, and something jumped off the page to me that nobody's talking about. We're a city of 8.5 million people, so I was hoping that Randall would get more. But all right, but Randall, it's being acknowledged at least 7th, and there's a really
I think that's a good showing, actually.
I agree. So, but here's something that nobody's talking about. R.J. Barrett, in a city of 8.5 million people, got a little over 102,000 votes. And we're not talking about him being all-star level. It's about homers. You always see an all-star in the fan voting that they'll put all the votes in and for their homer. Quickly had basically 36,000 votes. So, folks, I don't think New York likes R.J. Barrett, meaning the fans. This is strictly the fans voting. This is a huge city, 8.5 million people. So statistically, if you're thinking about Knicks fans, RJ is not thought of in the way that you would think. They're not stuffing the ballots for RJ. So a lot, this golden child and everybody, I think that jumps off the page that, they look at Randall not only as the best player, but somebody that they want to vote for. Nobody wanted to vote for RJ. Even if he didn't earn it, we've seen that so many times. Like, how does that person even get there? So I think that's a really relevant thing, that RJ is not being viewed by the public, the fandom of Knicks in a way that I thought they were. I thought it was really eye-opening to me. Like, wow, I didn't realize that, that a kid like Quick just came in. He's 30 games into his career, and he only has 70,000 votes less than RJ.
Well, it's, I guess, all about hype and how you move people, and I think there was such a big push for getting the vote out for Julius that it was just RJ was an afterthought. Nobody even thought about voting for him because everyone was
when
so
you like
focused.
Somebody, you vote for them. You don't need anybody.
Well, no,
to
because
tell
if you went on Twitter and you went on everything, the big push was just vote for Julius. Like, there was no mention of voting for RJ. You might have just did it just to do it. but there was no push whatsoever to vote for RJ. It was just get Julius in by
Also,
all coasts, all matters.
also, guys,
Foxy,
could it
what
be
Fox
that
said is an excellent take, man. It don't matter. It don't matter what his performance is. When you're homeless, you're supposed to vote for your hometown guys. Right.
And
What
to that
Foxy
point,
said is right.
yeah, don't you think that jumps off the page that, wow, I didn't realize that, you know what, he hasn't captivated. I guarantee you, if John Moran, we had one more pick, John Morant's votes would be, meaning John Morant's poster would be up on every kid's thing, and the votes would be probably 10 times, a million votes, 10 times what RJ got.
he's also about 10 times the player?
I'm not disputing that, but when you're fans, sometimes they're homers, and
Yeah.
you know. So hey, but to Kevin's for Kevin Knox got 7,534 votes.
Kev, you vote 7,000 times? I'm just playing.
I didn't vote for Kevin Knox not one time.
Well, see, that's the thing.
But
like,
I thought you wanted to let you know that misery loves company.
That's what I was going to bring up, though. It's like, I mean, for example, Kev loves Kevin Knox, right? But he knows he's not an all-star. So there could be a bunch of people out there that love RJ and just be like, yeah, he's not an all-star. I'm not voting for him. Like, yeah, I get the homer thing, but like Julius, it's not that he just got votes because he's our homer. He deserves it this year.
Mm-hmm.
His play at least deserves votes.
Well, I mean, but
Jonathan JD said something really cool. Jonathan said, "Look at Andrew Wiggins. He got a huge turnout for what reason at Golden State?" Thank you, JD.
Well,
that's the whole point.
Well, now Wiggins has been balling in fairness to him. He might be all NBA defense this year, Wiggins. But what Foxy is saying though is this: it don't matter what the player's performance is. Back in the day, people were loyal. Nowadays, these new age fans are not loyal to anything. Like, how could you legit say he don't deserve my all-star vote? I mean, that's ridiculous to me. I don't get it.
Well, no, I grew up with Frazier, Walt, and Willis, and all these guys up on my wall, and I don't know if these kids. It looks like they don't have up RJ on their wall. They may have another player in the league that's not a New York Knick up on their wall.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally understand what you're saying, Steve. I just meant like maybe Knicks fans are knowledgeable and like, well, RJ just why vote for him? He's not going to get in. He's not an all-star. So let's just focus on getting Julius in because he deserves it.
Especially after Julius had that.
I don't know. I'm not saying that makes a whole lot of sense. I'm just saying like he's the only one that we can get in really if you think about it realistically. So
I'm the one that said that. So if we see anything in the next 3 or 4 days in any other outlet, you know where it came from.
Well, now they're Mark Berman's gonna post the Knicks are trying to trade RJ Barrett. According to Stephen Fox, the fans don't like him, so he's got to be traded.
Steven, you gotta realize that they have their interns watching us, so they can like talk about us in the writing room tomorrow morning. Steve, they gonna copy you.
Yeah. Well, it won't be the first time.
No doubt on that.
It was supposed to be Stephen A. Fox, but he turned it down, so now it's Stephen A. Smith.
One of my openings, I talked about a 3-headed monster and Quick, Randall, and RJ when they were hitting on all cylinders. 2 days later, Mark Berman's headline story was basically the Knicks have a 3-headed monster.
He stole your thunder.
No, I'm serious, and I've seen it on Sim, on NBK, and a few other things. Like Hector just said, I think a lot of these guys, they watch a lot of the content development from whether it's Sim or Knicks Fan TV or whatever to try to pick up stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, that's an absolute fact. Just like late night TV shows, it's the same thing. They have their interns like watching shows and watching like whoever's on like YouTube talking or Twitter talking and just try to recycle it like it's their own.
Yep.
It's copycat business.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I thank you for letting me share that. That just jumped off the page. From when I look at numbers, I always look for, anomalies, and that jumped off the page to me, man. So enough of that.
Let it be known, February 19th, 12:45. Copyright Stephen Fox said.
Someone get a lawyer in the chat.
Hey, where's Latrell? Where's Latrell when you need him?
Did you look at RJ Barrett's stats during All-Star voting? you might be entitled to compensation.
You had me going for like 2 seconds. I was like, what was the stats?
You got to bring the mic closer so it sounded like the actual copy guy. So,
that was funny.
Yeah.
You may be entitled to mesothelioma compensation.
I know, man.
If you suffer from migraines.
Isn't it crazy the world we live in, man? You watch shows and the commercials they're just so crazy, man.
Or the infomercials, like the no stick skillets where it's obviously a fake flame and people actually buy it.
This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten.
I promise.
They'd be like,
I am an actual person.
You see this cup? 5 people told me this is the best cup ever.
Ever.
Throw it on the ground, it won't break.
And this pill that I saw advertised had helped me. I have diarrhea for 4 years, but other than that, and the bumps growing on my back, but other than that, it's really worked well.
So it helped my performance in the bedroom.
Exactly.
I feel like a young man again.
So, oh man. So let me just do a shout out again, Haddock and Sharon. Hope all is well. Like hanging with you, man. Jonathan JD again. Thank you. He's always supporting us in so many ways, man. And he's like a producer in the background. So things that I don't see, he's always throwing things out there. So he's a huge help, man. Really appreciate it. Ghetto Intellect, GI. Enjoyed hanging with you. Let's see. All-Star Sports. Today was the first day that I've ever been on Knicks Morning Drive. And it was great to hang out. Freezy and myself and a few of our family were doing some things behind the scenes. So I thought, while we're just doing it, might as well jump on with my family. And it was a real enjoyable experience, man. Freezy, God bless you, man. He just puts together all these different people, and whether it's Free Keith and obviously Ghetto is. I just love when that guy talks hoops. It's just wisdom, and I learned a lot from listening to him, man. So YouTube watcher, how are you? Boost Mobile, Dr. Loomis, Cynic, hey, Will Salkin as always, Big Oso as always. Appreciate all your support. Manchild, Mike H. Obviously Eric Gonzalez. Hope everything's good. Hope everything went well in the operating room, my friend. Today, he's a nurse in the OR. So,
okay.
Anything happens, man. But thank Nick G for your service, man. One's an emergency room nurse. One's a OR, and the things all of us that have had medical stuff. We see the giant bill in the 3 seconds that a doctor spends with us, but we see all the other time the nurses bringing us back to health, and we appreciate all you do for our communities. So, and as always, please hit those like, subscribe, and reminder bells, and so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms. We're over 1,330 subscribers. God bless Freezy. He has that magic. And like I said, tonight's a freestyle night. It's day after a loss, and I'm down. We'll talk Knicks. Family in the chat, tell us what you want to talk about. But I'm, like I said to you, you've seen me before. I'm cool to talk Knicks. I'm cool to talk baseball. I'm cool to talk music. I'm cool to talk life. You tell us what you want to talk about, and the same thing with my brothers in the panel. So. Anything, guys, you want to talk about? Hey, Ala Wise, I don't want to forget you, man. You're awesome. Jonathan JD said, on February 23rd, go on record. Will Julius represent the Knickerbockers as an NBA All-Star? I hope so, Jonathan.
Yes.
I hope so. And you know what? I've said this on a few of the broadcasts. I think if that happens, something's going to click in his head. To go to the next level, because now you belong. Now you're validated, all that hard work, that you are looked at by your peers, coaches, and other things, that you're at that level, and then you hold yourself to a different level going forward. So he's been showing the leadership on this team with the young kids. You can't ask anything more than what he's done.
Absolutely. I feel like once he sniffs just being at the all, like, I'm not sure if they would even have it, but once he just sniffs that, just being an all-star, I think that's just going to motivate, like you said, motivate him even more.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, I got a good question from our brother, our future gaming. I hope all is well. He says, "Do you have any interest at all, fellas, going after Drummond?" What do you think, Zach?
Nah, not really. Unless he,
Mm-mm.
maybe if he's bought out, we can get him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean, I just don't think trading anything for him's worth it.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Not
Like
at
him as a
all.
player, but I just don't want to trade anything for him.
I definitely like him as a player. He's a throwback center from like the mid 2000s and 90s. Like he's just
I
a
feel like if we do end up making the playoffs, and I'm not saying if is like I'm a hater or anything, but let's just if we make the playoffs and we have to go up against guys like Embiid, and teams like that, we're gonna need a big body. I'm not saying Drummond can stop him; he's not the best defender, but we need a guy that could at least body up with him
no,
in
yeah,
a
definitely.
7-game series because Mitch would get eaten alive just as far as getting bodied up. If
Yeah.
Embiid decided to play like a dominant force like he should play like,
Mm-hmm.
instead of parking at the 3 line and actually posting up and abusing people, he could abuse any center on our roster.
Nah,
yeah.
definitely.
Hey, Kev, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Drummond from our question from our brother, our future gaming?
I mean,
I'm not hungry, thanks anyway.
Yeah, what the heck, man? You didn't. You bring enough to share.
Enjoy.
Did you
well,
bring enough to share?
it's just Cheerios. So,
I don't care.
here's the, I like Drummond as a player, but I don't think he's the best fit for this team. He probably presents you with the same kind of things that clogging the lane that Mitch kind of does, because it's not like Drummond's going to be stepping out to shoot.
He'll try. He'll
mean,
lose.
He'll
He'll
try.
He'll
He'll
try.
I mean, yeah,
He'll
he'll
try.
try, but it's not something we want to do.
That's why I laughed.
So I don't think fit wise it'll be a good fit. I believe that if you trade it for a center, it's not going to happen. But the player who, if you were to get a center, it'd be someone like Nurkic from Portland.
Ooh.
I think would be an absolute fit on this team from his skill set.
If he can stay healthy.
Thank you. I was going to ask you, aren't you worried about his injury history?
Hey, if we just have him
Maybe
as a backup,
maybe if he came cheap because of his injury history.
But I'm saying like isn't he like close to being out for the rest of the season? Isn't
He had the same injury that Mitch had. He broke his hand.
Oh, okay. So he was out.
He's already missed 3 weeks, so I guess 2 to
Okay.
3 more weeks.
I also don't feel like they're gonna move on from him. I don't think they're ready yet.
Yeah.
Because they're a different team when he's healthy.
Haddock and
Definitely.
Sharon said Julius being an all-star will make the younger guys want to play harder. Hey, if you know somebody who's an all-star, yeah, you listen to their guidance, you listen to them, how they're working out, how they conduct themselves, and say, yo, it worked for them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think I'm gonna follow what he's doing. So
Why do you
his
think everybody listening to
conditioning-
Rose?
Yeah. Hey, Rose had he's impacted already the stats on Obi in a very, very short time. And folks, it's the NBA. We're going to have 1-10 and 1-12, whether it's unfortunately happened in the same night, and we only scored 33 points yesterday in the second half. But those days happen where they just didn't have it last night, but both Rose and Quick. But they will. It just happens, man.
Going to have bad games, and you're going to have games where we hit 17 threes. You're going to have games where we can't hit water if we fell out of a boat. That's the
NBA.
I wouldn't say 82 game season, 72 this year, but that's just the grind of a long season.
Yeah. Hey, Ala Wise has a question. I'm a huge fan of Ala Wise. He has really deep takes, man. He said something last week, and Ala Wise, I hope you don't mind me tooting your horn, man. That I listen to, I read all you guys really, and I take notes. He said something real deep. He said, the Knicks are like number one in defense on like 3-pointers. We were number one in 2-pointers. We were like third in the league in defensive rating. We have all of these fantastic stats, and all without playing Frank Ntilikina. So if everybody talks about how great Frank is, we have everyone's viewing us as the best defense in the league, one of the best defenses, and it was all done without Frank. But his question tonight is, funny how people wanted Peyton to play last night. So with the most hated man in New York, it's like, why isn't Peyton in there? These guys are stinking it up, and Again, Alois with his his insight. Did you think anybody would ever be asking for Peyton to come into the game? He's been playing solid, man. They're 12-4 when he scores 5 baskets. So and it could have been very easy in the last several games. That number could have been 14-2 and stuff like that. So good stat, but great thing. So Cynic, this is a great point, and fellas, you have a lot of experience. Have you ever seen an NBA team not use cap money and pay players and distribute among players for not using cap money?
Wait,
I
what
mean,
do you mean by
I'm
that?
sure
Like,
it's
You
happened.
have
Like the rule is if you don't use all the salary cap, like when we started the season with 18 million, if you don't use
15
it,
now.
yeah, right. But if you don't use that 15 million by the end of the season, you have to evenly distribute it to everybody on the roster
Oh, okay.
So,
to
like I
pay
said,
them.
I'm pretty sure it's happened. I mean, even if it's like the team has $2 million, to divide through 15 players, I'm pretty sure it's happened before, where a team has been like a little over. I don't know about 15 million over.
Thank you. 15 million means hey, $1 million for you and $1 million for
Yeah.
you.
Dolan's
and-
gonna be like Oprah. You get $1 million. You get $1 million.
But like I said, I'm
So
sure
That'll
that
be
it's
Austin
happened.
Rivers, Steve, because he got the cheap deal. What you just did be Austin Rivers.
You know?
keep going, Kev.
But yeah, I don't know if it's been to that extent, but I guarantee a team has been over the salary cap and had to dish out the money.
Yeah, so Cynic's question, and again, what do we do with all that cap money? And I think, Cynic, the answer is I think another domino is going to fall before March 25th, where we're going to be using up that money getting somebody. They may not be a star, they may be something else, but I would be really shocked if we distributed that money on a team without going and getting another piece. Fellas, your thoughts? Thanks, Cynic. Appreciate the questions. And chat, please keep those questions coming.
Well, it's all about who's available, or if you're just going to make a move to eat a contract, right? Just to eat it. Those are two different things. So you're talking about getting a player or just eating a contract for another team to facilitate like a 3-way kind of deal. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
Because either way, Dolan's had to cut a check. Either way.
But you could use both of them, Kev, like to make a solid move. For example, Victor Oladipo's on an expiring contract. You could take like a second rounder and him to help facilitate a 3 or 4 team trade, like you said. Get a guy that might be able to help us now. Use the cap. That's just an example. Like you can do both.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I definitely feel like you both were saying that something's gonna happen before. What it is, not too sure. I'm praying that it's nothing crazy, like no panic move and try to go get Bradley Bill or anything of that nature. But
Exactly.
I'm with you,
something
Hector.
like a fit in peace. I've said it the past couple times I've been on here. Like I feel like Thaddeus Young from Chicago is low key somebody that we could get and try to get him for dirt cheap. Someone who could play the 3, 4, or the 5 and could stretch the floor as well, and defense.
You just like that little hook shot of his.
Yeah, I just I'm
We just want all.
lefties.
Last year we signed 1 million power forwards. Now it's going to be we have 1 million lefties.
It's it's because these past few games you've seen the impact of not having Mitch on the floor. You've seen how that has hurt us, like especially when the opposite team is getting like offensive rebounds and or just killing us on the board. So we do have to address that.
Yeah. Hey, got a question from my field producer, Quiet Money. He said, guys, what would you tell Quickly to work on over the summer to help him reach the next level? Well, I'll kick it off. A mid-range jumper. Floaters should be only from a certain distance. He needs to get a mid-range. He has a lot of things to work on, obviously, on his defense, his strength. He needs to get in, and because they take him to the hole. They take, right now he can't stop a powerful guard who wants to get to the cup, man. They just take him at will. So, but that's part of the thing. Get stronger, get in there, and the kids can't ask any more. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's dedicated, and he will put in the work. But he has good parts of his game, and he's only going to get better. And the thing that just jumps off the page is his lack of turnovers. So he can play the way he does, aggressive, getting into the crazy places he is and leaving his feet and all these things. And you'd think he'd have turnovers piling up. He doesn't. and that's really, really impressive. Fellas, what do you think Quickly
Well,
has to do?
well, as Chuck B said, he doesn't have any turnovers because he doesn't pass.
Yeah. Hey, my Chuck has a lot to say. Hey, Chuck, do you want to join us? You
Is he in
know,
the chat?
I see him in the chat. Let me put out the thing for him. And Freezy, if you hear, bring in our guy Chuck. I love my Chuck. Chuck has, a
For a
lot of
while.
time. I'm
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. All I'll ask of people on Chuck is not listen how he says stuff. Listens what he says, and if you listen what he says, the dude is deep. So
I thought Chuck, because we hadn't seen him for a while, I thought he got lost at those casinos in Atlantic City. Chuck, leave the slots alone. Get away from the craps table.
Yo, if it puts a smile on his face, I got no problem with that.
Everybody's got their vice.
I have bad luck when it comes to the slots, but my girl, her mother, every time she goes, she's hitting 800, 900, 1200 on the slots, and I'm like, how do you do it? Please give me your luck.
I need to go with her.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we all need to wire her some money. She can gamble for us.
Definitely. She hit like a couple weeks ago for like over like $5,000. I'm like, what the hell? What do you do, lady?
We need our Blorns Tears tax on that money. You need to share the wealth.
Yeah, definitely. Redistributed like the NBA.
Yeah, like the salary cap, like the Knicks salary cap.
But yeah, I just think Quick needs to get stronger. Work on his defensive abilities, because as he gets more years under Tibbs, I think Tibbs is going to start. I think Tibbs gives him a little bit of leeway because of his offensive output, but I think going year two, he'll be like, okay, I need you to play better defense. Your rookie season's over with, so I need you to come back with better defensive fundamentals. And it starts with just getting stronger.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he needs to work on all those things. I mean, I don't think there's just one thing you can tell him to focus on because he's a rookie and he's got to get better at a lot of facets of his game.
I would say just like Steve brought up, the whole mid-range part of his game, and just somewhat of a better shot selection, because sometimes he'll fall in love with coming down and just trying to knock down that three, which he splashes it from time to time. He's shooting great from beyond the arc and like from the foul line, but it's like he just needs better shot selection.
And if he develops a mid-range game, I mean, I know they say that's not the most efficient area of basketball, but I feel like his field goal percentage will go up if he gets easier shots, his shot selection. He needs to continue to work on the best aspects of his game, what he does well, and continue to, instead of being that's what he does well, that's what he does great. And then focus on, and then while you're doing that, add another wrinkle to your game every offseason.
And I think he has the perfect motor, especially from coming from like what happened with Kentucky and like from his first year, second year, and just the development from his freshman year in college to what he is now. I definitely believe he has the motor and the work ethic.
He's got all the tools to be able to improve his game.
Yeah, and he has those. He's going through a little slump now, which is no big thing. But there's no slump at the foul line with this kid.
Right?
No,
he's third in the league. It's just like automatic with him, and the floater will come back. He hasn't been hitting that much recently. The last 3 or 4 games, his floater has been off, but it'll come back. And like out on a limb and stuff like that. He's a shooter, so we're gonna blink, and all of a sudden we're gonna say, "Oh man, he had a 40-point night. He just had one of those nights. Threes, floaters, foul line, everything was going in for him tonight." He's that type of thing. When you saw Terrence Ross, when I think about RJ, the thing that upsets me with RJ, not upsets me, but he's a number 3 draft pick. When you watch Terrence Ross last night, you watch Zach LaVine, you watch some guys in the league just light it up. Malik Beasley, you watch some highlights. Have you ever seen a highlight of RJ Barrett having a game like that? His points are all ugly points. And
he still hasn't cracked 30 points.
But the whole thing is, I know points are points. 20 points is how you score it either way. But I don't know, man. I'd love us to get a guy that could light it up. That we just don't. Quickly is the closest thing we have now. And people are like, why do you think a guy like Tibbs, leaves him in there? Because we're such an offensively challenged team. He's like, if he's off. But if this kid just gets hot for a second, all of a sudden we have 9 quick points.
No, you hit it right on the head.
he also has all, like we talked about, his intangibles and how he can give. He has all the things that you can't teach and you can't coach.
Yeah,
So
that's 6'2".
if you're looking at everything he has that you can't like make someone have, work ethic, you can't make someone have, you can't make someone be coachable when they're grown men. Like, and since he has all those tools, I mean, any coach would be salivating at the mouth to have a project like him.
He has the tools that you wish Kevin Knox had, because with Kevin Knox, it's like
I didn't bring him up
and body. No, I brought him up. I'll hold it. I'll take credit for that. But but I just felt like, he does have that motor, and you wish you could clone what he has and put it in Kevin Knox, but we can't.
Yeah. Hey, JD wants to know: do we believe in crypto as a long-term investment? Well, I don't know if you want the Sly Fox. I love my finances, but I think we're going to have a major financial crash in about 2 months. So I think we're going to really have ugly. You can't keep taking trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. And obviously, we've gone through a terrible pandemic and things like that. But I think the market's going to crash big time.
Yeah, don't get me started.
So people, be careful with your monies. Make sure. I always say to people that if you have, just watch your monies, man. And crypto, you don't want to get in with the big guys. If you don't know what you're doing, that's the wrong place to play. So
just follow Wall Street Bets on Reddit and take tips.
And just be humble and know who you are, because some people see, like you were just saying, they read a couple things. Those guys, they're trading platforms and everything that they're doing, and the analytics and the risk management. And they're not trading the way you think they're trading. And I lived in the financial world for a long time, and it was very good to me, and it was very bad to me. So it's the type of thing, the more you learn, the less you know. And I always thought there was all these relationships and indices and all these other things. Scary world out there. So some people, like, you don't gamble. If you play the stock market, you're just no different than somebody that goes down to Atlantic City, man.
Yep, that's basically what it is. You're just doing it from at home.
Do not put all your eggs in investing in the stock market.
Or where I thought you were going to go, you have to, the old saying, have a diversified portfolio.
Yep. Don't just buy one stock. You gotta disperse your money. You can't be an emotional investor.
Yep. And also you have to have a long-term thing. So sometimes you got to make an investment and just dig in and say, I'm going to keep it there. And like you were saying, sometimes you don't want to buy the individual stocks. You buy a mutual fund that is comprised of, Fidelity, Contra, and all these different, that is comprised of different types of, big cap stocks, and the Microsofts and the Amazons and stuff like that. But so many of them are overvalued that I just, I wish a Ghetto Intellect, he's a CPA. I would love Ghetto Intellect's view, man. He's an intellect on many different topics. I'd love to get his thing, but it's a scary world out there, man. So watch it. And, CDs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I'll give you 0.6%. The old days you get 4% or 5%, so your money's safe. FDIC and stuff like that. It's crazy.
It's I was gonna say it's a big time kingpin ring. There's no difference. There's no difference of me taking $1,000, giving it to Steven so he could re-up on whatever, like paraphernalia or whatever, and sell it, and I get hit on the back end. Steven still is getting more of the money and just using my resources to fund his endeavors.
Also,
OPM.
That's
Other people's money.
That's
what the rich guys do.
What Steve said, I mean, it's not even just going to be a stock market crash. A lot of people are about to lose their jobs. A lot of people. Well, me included, because I'm a defense contractor. Yeah. Like I work in, I build tanks for the military. So as soon as they cut funding, like every time, Democrat gets in office, military funding is cut ridiculous, and they lay off massive layoffs at my plant.
They just re-upped it for $928 billion. It was $738 billion before, and it's $928 billion.
Obviously, like they could still take those contracts at any point in time if anything happens or things crush. a lot of stuff like in Pennsylvania, the pipeline, all that. I mean, a lot of people are just losing their jobs. Be careful with your money. Don't go out and you got to have something saved up, man.
Yeah, and Ghetto Intellect, thank you. He's the CPA. I only know finances because I stayed in a Holiday Inn. But
that's a throwback. That's one of those old school Super Bowl commercials.
Yes.
but Ghetto Intellect said diversification is the key, and I totally agree. Between U.S. stocks, foreign stocks, bonds, gold, money. Know your stuff, man, and know your risk tolerance. And I'm sure GI would tell you the same thing. You have to take a step back and understand your risk tolerance. It's not, everyone is there. You're an individual. Everybody has a different thing. That's the problem with all these firms. You go in there and they give you a nice thing, and then, the next thing you know, you get this thing with your name on the front. It's a canned thing. The only thing is new is the front sheet that's your name. Everybody else gets that same thing, and
it's laminated though, Steve. It's laminated.
Oh, that's true. Good. Easier to clean.
I always tell people just like you said, be wise with your money. Like Wall Street is not a direct representation of Main Street.
No, it's not, unfortunately. And Main Street, because everything we're talking about is ghosts. So if I'm going to say anything, I've said recently, hey Fox, what are you, Democrat, Republican? Neither, man.
Exactly.
There you go.
They're all crooks. And the only thing I would say to anybody, if you want to make a change in this country, stop re-electing these people that haven't done anything for you for God knows how many years. And you look at the damn Congress, and you look at all these old people, and you're like, that haven't done what for people, and yet you're re-electing them. Come on, man. You hold the key for us being a great country, man. We want to have a progressive country. We want to change things, but you can't change things. You put the same idiots back in power, and both sides of the aisle. And that's why I'm saying they're equal opportunity offenders. I said to my wife, we're married a long time, and I said to her, I don't know, God knows how many years ago, 15, 20 years ago, I said, hey, I read something today. You want to see something crazy? What? I said, so this is in the 80s, but it was going back to 1972. And I said, look at this thing. Joe Biden bought the mansion of the DuPonts. He's out of Delaware. DuPont Corporation's out of, there. So they had like the Beverly Hillbillies, this giant compound, an unbelievable mansion. I mean, right out of the movies. And I said to my wife, 20 some odd years ago, how does a guy that's never been in the public sector, that's been on a government salary, even though he's a senator, how the hell do you afford a place like that? And it's an easy answer. He's a corrupt SOB. And
all of them are.
Pardon?
His wife died.
Who?
Joe Biden's wife at the time.
Oh, I was about to
no,
breaking news.
No. At the time, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. I told you, I'm not gonna be no one here to be holding water for Joe Biden. He's as corrupt as
they all are. They all are
on both sides of the aisle. You got to get corporate money out of politics. You got to get rid of Citizens United and all that. Yep.
Yeah.
What's amazing to me is like, and I remember, is just how like it's just right or left. It doesn't like when you hear like some like whatever president it may be making a speech and like honoring a veteran or something like that, like something for a courageous act in battle, and only one side gets up and claps. That just sickens me.
Wait.
Like that.
What you said, I didn't hear that. I apologize.
Like for example, like a State of the Union address or whatever, like a speech, like where like let's say Obama made a speech and he was like honoring a war veteran, and only the Democrats clapped, the Republicans just sat down.
Oh,
or
yeah,
vice versa. That sickens me as humanity.
Yeah, we're one. We're all Americans, and it shouldn't be this. You may have disagreements, but it's reached the level of just it's disgusting. But what's the disgusting part is people keep reelecting these people.
So here's something just kind of on the same subject, but a little bit off. This goes you how boring my day was the other day. I literally woke up and watched an entire miniseries about John Adams.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah.
And
Slow night, huh?
I was like, by episode 3, I was really into it. I was like, man, this is some riveting stuff.
Paul Giamatti, he's an elite actor, man. He's a great
He is.
actor.
Have you seen the miniseries?
I saw parts of it, but I've seen, I'm a fan of his work, and he's a great actor.
So yeah, when I was watching it, right, and so I think it's like 7 episodes. So by episode 7, he's like old and going through his whole life and everything. And so his wife, Abigail Adams, and it's funny because you can go into history books and the letters, the correspondence between John and Abigail Adams is like extraordinary. Like she was a very brilliant woman for her time. So she's played by Laura Linney in the series, who's a great actress. And so she dies. And so through like 7 episodes, I've watched the entire thing. So I felt like I've grown with them for like 60 years. So she dies. And I'm like, this is some really sad stuff. I'm literally like about to cry when she dies. And I'm like, you know what? This is, I think I need to find something else to watch because I'm really, really invested into the life of the second president of the United States.
I was watching the Netflix documentary, The Night Stalker, about the serial killer in LA. That's some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah. Hey, you guys get the Reels Network?
I actually do, yes.
They have a show called the Real Story. So it takes events, whether it's a movie or an event, and basically they tell you the real story because a lot of times Hollywood will change the story. And there was a movie a number of years ago, Zero Dark 30, about going after Obama.
Bin Laden.
Yep.
Bin Laden.
Yeah, we know what you meant.
His first, Osama bin Laden. So going after bin Laden, and I was almost nauseous because they were telling the real story, and they said they had the ability. He was from a Saudi family, bin Laden, and they had the ability to take him out many years prior to supposedly them taking him out. And I said that supposedly because there's a lot of things where they never really took him out. And the reason they didn't take him out is because their intelligence told them that he was with prominent members of the Saudi family, and they had an $80 billion F-14 deal in the works, and they were afraid that if they killed bin Laden and any of these quote-unquote, innocent citizens got hurt, it would put the $80 billion deal in peril. So this is the government that looks after us.
All about money. Steve.
Oh, it's not just that, Stephen. It goes back even further than that. After World War II,
oil, baby.
I was just about to say it. After World War II, the U.S. saw that Germany failed because they ran out of oil for their planes and for all their equipment for tanks. So the U.S. saw that, like, we need to make our outreach to the Middle East. They teamed up with Saudi Arabia, and crazy, the construction family that was used to build all those military bases and all those oil rigs was the same family that was Osama bin Laden's father owned. So the money that we gave them to build stuff, this was funded a lot of those things that happened, and it's crazy.
Yeah, because and on that same thing, if you look at some of the history, one of the families that made so much money during that war, the Kennedys, Joe Kennedy. So all of these, they're wonderful people
whose family made their money in bootleg and liquor.
Oh yeah, famous, man. So it's So the definition of history is lies that everybody agrees to.
I'm ready for this rabbit hole we're about to go down, gentlemen.
Rabbit hole.
All this, like all the stuff we're going to talk about. I feel like we're going to go down.
No, that's what the beauty of it is, man. We talk,
like,
I love
just
it.
Like when you brought Zach, just like when you brought up like military and service members, I totally respect like your service. Like
no, not me. I just make the cut. I just make the tanks for the brave ones. I'm not saying
okay. No, like. Whenever I talk to anybody about like the military and stuff, like I have no gripe for any service members or anything like that, because service members are taking advantage as well. These are a lot of kids that come from poor neighborhoods, poor backgrounds that are promised free health care. And when they first go in, like E1s, like straight from the ground, they're getting paid 17 grand, 18, 19, 20, 25 grand as base pay. That's below the poverty line.
It's a crime.
That's below poverty line. Like the poverty line in this country is
24
No, 24 to 26 grand. It used to be
Correct,
28 grand, but they changed it to 24 to 26 grand. So we're paying people that's making the ultimate sacrifice at 18, 19 years old, 18, 19, 20 base paid going into basic training.
Doing things most of us wouldn't do.
Exactly.
Can't do.
Yeah. And I won't say the name just for being cool, but after my career in corporate America, I worked for, one of the biggest companies in the world in a senior position for over 21 years, and I retired. And one of the largest charities, nonprofit charities, approached me to look after the New York, New Jersey chapter of this giant charity. And I'm like, I want to pay it forward, man. God's been good to me. I want to pay it forward. And because of my position, a month and a half into the job, being an analytics guy, running the numbers, I quit because they were ripping off the public. And broke my heart is like people here nonprofit and everything. BS, man.
You don't say.
And this is like one of the biggest. You can't watch a football game. Just meaning one of the biggest names in all charities. And I saw this and walked into and just quit and said, I can't do this. I'm not going to get dirt on my hands. I'm like, there's people that need food. There's so many good things that we can do in communities, and you're doing things to just
Line your own pockets.
Yep.
Disgusting, man.
Yep. That's like if we was to, like, right here, the five of us, including Freezy, I know he's in the background, but if we was to start a nonprofit, we take money from the chat, but Steven, who's the president, has to get paid a salary. Kev has to get paid a salary. I have to get paid a salary. All of us has to get paid a salary. And where that money come from? From the money that's donated.
Yeah.
So a lot of these nonprofit, they hire family members, which, some of them, they do the good work. I'm not taking away for those that actually do the good work, but what's his actually solve it? Say like you have like a bunch of homeless people and you want to like put them in a hotel, you feel me, for like 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, for a month. Boom. Perfect. A whole month. They're in the they're in a hotel, live. Awesome. The hotel just booked how many rooms for a whole month and how much money did they make? Is it solving the actual problem? I don't think so. But the hotel just made a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's going to take like you, me, everybody to do our part.
Yeah, stop voting for these people, man. Please.
I'm not even talking like as far as donating goes, like to change the world.
Same thing in donating. Do your homework and see how much they actually donate. Look at their cost. Where their monies are going.
Like I'll tell you, like I do a car show every year where I'm at, and it's my best friend passed away in 2017, and he used to try to help people. No, it's okay. But he tried to help people, and he was the best person I know to this day. And his thing was he always had trouble being able to go to college because he came from a family that made enough that student loans didn't help or didn't cover it all, and he didn't have enough money. He had to do it on his own. So I started a nonprofit in his name, Michael Levan Scholarship Fund, and we do a car show every year. I pay out of my own pocket to have the show, and all the money goes there. And we pick a kid, maybe 1, 2, 3 kids, and split the money between them and just give them scholarships. So that they have to use it to go to college. They have to, to better themselves. A lot of people have to just focus on bettering the world, like by helping the youth, helping other people, like, our future leaders of our society, help them get the opportunities so that they can actually do something with themselves and make their lives better, and in turn make this country better.
And it's I'm sorry for your friend's loss and stuff.
It's like, okay.
No, but it's like it's a certain amount of people that fall right in that middle, like your friend did, not being able to get the certain grants and not being able to go to college. We do have some aid for some people in this country, but you have some people that don't have access to it. You keep that middle and the people in the middle just not being able, and you keep just throwing obstacles because you said his family did everything that they had to do. It's one thing of like growing up poor in like a poor environment, but like growing up poor around people that are going to college, it hits you a lot different. You understand?
Yeah, like for him, like he got accepted to Princeton, but he couldn't afford it. Like it wasn't a scholarship or anything. You know what I mean? So like, and everybody that met this man, like would tell you that he had the opportunity. Like if given the opportunity, could have changed the world. Just like his mind, the way he thought, the way he wanted to help people, like and put everybody in the world above himself. Like it's just like guys like that, not even men, women, Children like that don't get the fair shake that they need. And if more people like that would get a fair shake, be able to leave their imprint on this world, this world would be a different place.
No, absolutely. There's you have so many people that are actually like live in that category of the working poor that has to work 2 jobs, that have family. Like, me coming out of high school, I couldn't like go to college. I had to like get a job and help my mom so my little brothers could go to college. I made that sacrifice, So I took 10 years while they got their act together and they got a job afterwards. Cool. You guys could take care of the household. Boom, went out, went to school and did what I had to do. But some people have to make that sacrifice, and it's not fair to those that have to. Some people get lost in the sauce and have to work 2 or 3 jobs just to provide.
Yeah, some people can't make the sacrifice. They are already making sacrifices for other things.
Yeah.
So
I always use the line, it took me 35 years to be an overnight success.
Yeah.
Because the same thing, growing up in the Bronx and stuff, I'm an expert house painter. I'm an expert wallpaperer. There was a company here, I don't know if they're around anymore, Dave L Limos. I drove a limo. I had 3-4 jobs, like you were saying. I had to pay loans for college and stuff like that. And I'm glad because, like I say, there's no puppet strings here. Everything, I did it all on my own and stuff like that. Where I grew up, it was like parents gave you a kiss, gave you a handshake. I love you. The rest is up to you, man. And you know what? Nothing's wrong with that.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
As long as you had the love. But,
Yep.
I always learned that the definition of genius is 99% perspiration, 1% inspiration. And I've never been I've been good at the perspiration part of it. And no, I'm serious.
Yeah, no,
When I'm a New York kid, so, I went to SUNY and stuff like that. And you're going against Princeton when you get into the technology and Wall Street thing. I'm going against Stanford mafias. I'm going against Princeton. I'm going, and all of a sudden I started going up and I'm going against these people because of the perspiration, man. It was like, I didn't give a shit what you did that you went to Princeton. It's now from this point on, man, and I'll take you on. And it's the same thing that we talk about ball. Come on, let's bring it. And that was a big differentiator. Like, hey, I'll outwork you, man. I'll outwork you, and I want this. I'm hungry. I gotta, and then like we said, the same thing with players. I always put the bar higher than any boss could ever put for me. And, I autographed everything I did with excellence because I didn't want mediocre in anything I did. Whether it was wallpaper and everything, I was a maniac. People come in, oh my God, that pattern matches right in the corner all the way around there. Everything I do, I'm proud my parents brought me up that way. The attention to detail, and that pride is a thing that my parents taught me, and that you reach a certain age, I couldn't, my parents did enough. I would, even if I was eating macaroni and cheese out of a box for a freaking 5 months, because that's all I could afford, I would never ask my parents for money because of pride, that I wouldn't. And then I see a lot of younger generations like, I stomach tell mommy, help me, mommy, can I have money, mommy? It's like, mommy, coño, man, I'm gonna kill these people.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. No,
it's
I
a
get
lot of people in my generation, the younger generation. A lot of people are like that. A lot of people just blame somebody, or looking for something to blame, someone to blame. They want handouts.
Oh, I know who to blame. A lot of what's wrong with America is the parents. My parents had this great word that a lot of people don't have in the vocabulary today. This crazy word, what's it again? No.
Yeah,
Mommy,
that's what I was getting at.
No.
Even just on the young age, like for sports age, for example, like growing up, my dad coached me a few seasons. And you hear nowadays, you hear the coach's kid, it's like ridiculous. But I was the one, like when we played we had a travel team for baseball, and I sat the whole championship game. He benched me. And like my father's kid, everybody was like, why are you benching him? He's like, 'cause he didn't earn it yet. I don't care if he's my kid or not. I'm going to be harder on him than everybody else. And that's lost in today's world, like a lot. I'm not saying it's not out there, but it just things like that. Like, we want to coddle our kids, and it's like you got to get them prepared for the real world.
Yeah. Hey,
being their own adult.
In the Bronx, the Castle Hill Little League, my parents were broke. Who had $20 to give to get into the little league? So what they used to give you was the stickers. You know, the stickers for the little league. I'd be under the L of Castle Hill Avenue. You know, and I'd be all over saying, "Sir." So from a young age, getting that sales thing on and every, "Sir, would you buy this? Ma'am, would you buy this?" Knocking on doors, going over there, and the feeling when I went to my parents and I gave them back that $20 was such a feeling of pride that at this height, you know, a little one, that I was doing my end of the bargain. And but also the same thing growing up. You're cleaning this one. We all had chores, man. If you didn't, you know, I always said to my, you know, I have no kids, but I said to my wife that I'm glad I didn't, because my wife's from a different family. I never was ever grounded. My father beat my ass. You know, there was no you're gonna stay in your room for 3 days. No, I did something wrong. Pow! It was like, all right, I'm cool. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'll take that garbage out. I'm really sorry, man. There was no such thing as.
I'm glad we could all connect on the childhood trauma that we all got from getting beatings.
You know what, though? I think there's an element that we have to never forget, that we're mammals, and there's certain elements from an animalistic standpoint that. You know, you're at a supermarket and you see the mother bend down, little Muffy, you shouldn't be doing that. Give a kid a crack in the ass, I guarantee he ain't gonna be doing that shit again. So I'm glad it worked out well. Maybe that's why I married as long as I am with my wife. But
because she gave you a crack in the ass.
But that's the way I like it, man.
Oh, I threw up the alley. You did you?
Ba-boom, boom. Yeah, so it's, you know, it's easy being a backseat driver, not having kids and seeing that. So I won't go there. I have great respect for anyone that's a parent and what they go through. But
it's different. Like you can't always just like the physical discipline. Like me, I will never do that because my kid's been through abuse from the other half.
Got you.
And things like that. Yeah, so it's like there's certain things I do as a normal kid, but since he's not normal, that'll be too traumatic for something. You know, like there's people that have been abused, and there's people that have been physically, sexually, that you just can't do certain things. But there's different ways to skin a cat. I mean, there's different ways to parent, but you gotta show them responsibility, accountability for their own actions. You gotta do a work ethic, and and my big thing as a father is teaching him how to care about other people and not just himself. No, that's the best message I could do. Give him.
But you know what? My father made it, or got better in his career. Basically, I lived in Bronx my whole life, and then later in high school, they moved to Connecticut, and I got a job delivering at a pharmacy, driving a car and delivering and to rich neighborhoods up in Connecticut, which was totally
the quote unquote pharmacist.
What happened to this bottle? It's empty.
Quote unquote pharmacist.
Maybe the mouse,
Dr. Evil.
Maybe the mouse ate it. I don't know. But I learned so much that growing up in the Bronx, and like you were saying, and the people that I grew up with, and like they were so generous. And they were hurt in so many ways. And, you know, I'd come in from playing ball to my friend's house and they were hurting, and they'd say, come in, sit down. And they'd split some of their food and stuff like that, even though they were hurting. And that's how I grew up. And then I go to Connecticut, and the bill would be like $4.80 or $4.85. And I go to this mansion. The guy gives me a $5 bill and slams the door in my face. So it's like, damn, man, they don't, you know, so many lessons that you learn. Like, yeah, man, the people that can't, you know, that don't have it are the ones that are generous, and the ones that have it are son of a bitches, are the cheapest son of a bees.
Mm-hmm. They would literally like die.
That's why they get as rich as they do. Like,
that's not how you want to get rich, man.
No, I'm not saying that's how, but I'm saying like some of them, like. You ask Jerry Jones in an interview, and he said, "What's his biggest fear?" And he'll say, "Going broke." He won't say my kid passing away, or not being able to watch my grandkids grow up, or anything like that. He'll say, "Going broke," and that's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. For somebody that has the amount of money that he has, is ridiculous.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, I just saw something that is like the personification why I love Charles B, otherwise known as Chuck, otherwise known as King Charles. We're jamming right now on different topics, some deep, some serious, and my brother Charles B wrote, "Rob a nigga is a dope." He always brings it down back to reality. And Chuck, thank you, man. I love you. Yeah, with everything that goes on, Rob the nigga's a dope. So, but he's not. I know. He says it at a goofing, but and also he's a correction officer, Chuck. So what he sees on a daily basis, I'd have the same sense of humor, and you see some ugly things on that side of the fence that our guy Chuck does. So I can understand him getting his, chilling out in the way he does, because you see ugly things in life.
And the risk that you take in that job. I mean, salute to Chuck. I mean, that's
the ratio of you to the people that you watching is frightening.
There's some nasty dudes inside too, like that'll, given any shot, will take your life. And I mean, I know my mom's best friend's husband is a correction officer in Camp Hill. It's probably one of the most serious prisons like around me. Like Sandusky was there for a while. Like there's a lot of high profile, nasty guys are there. And he actually contracted HIV from people throwing stuff at him. Certain,
jeepers.
They got out and they threw some certain like fluids on them.
Yeah,
and
for
end
sure.
up getting it. And it's like just the risk that they put up with. It's nasty. It's salute to them. Salute to everybody. It's a prison guard, correction officer.
Charles
Chuck,
B, you're loved, Chuck. So I want you to know that. So, and Charles B. Oh no, they're just talking about quickly and nothing that we haven't. He's the next Lou Will. Hey, I could see him as an off the bench, a scoring machine.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, every team needs it. And I could see him as a starting guy too, and that's beautiful. Hey, Dripmore Bazcuts, big up. Thank you so much. The whole Lawrence Tears family. Back at you, Dripmore. Hope all is well. And again, just shout outs to regular family members. C-Mac, as always. C-Mac, thank you for all your support all the time. Mike Johnson, Haddock and Sharon still here. Make sure you do your homework, Haddock. And, he's a young guy and you're staying up late. I don't mind that, but make sure you do your schoolwork, man. So, Gregory Castillo, OG, man. Hey, I'd run through the wall for you too. Devonair Polodon, thank you for the kind words. Nick Yak, for years could not find Bin Laden with lung machine needed to stay alive. Not many. There's some speculation that we never killed him.
Man,
that's why I was saying about the rabbit hole. I was waiting to go down that.
When they rated his thing or whatever, all they found was like Nintendo 64s and a bunch of hentai porn on like floppy disk.
That and I'm not
and a Kevin Knox jersey. No, sorry.
I don't know the Quran, but the way they buried him does not equate to the way that he should have been buried. They said they did it at sea and all these things and immediately, and rather than having a burial that's with his beliefs. And
like Megatron, they just dropped them in the middle of like the abyss.
Yeah. So
and like there was like when we got Saddam Hussein, we made sure the whole world saw and did all that. Like
it was a photo op.
Yeah, you'd think they would have tried to do the same thing if they really caught him with Bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
You would think they would have done it that way,
Yeah. So we got Saddam Hussein, and but the only problem was there was no weapons of mass destruction. So we go into this guy's country and do all this stuff, and it's like, oops, I guess he didn't have any weapons of mass destruction.
No, but
sorry about that.
Well, I'm sorry. We were talking about it earlier, right? You brought up like Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia. Like Saddam Hussein was like, that's a whole other part of the Middle East. That's a whole different country. That's on the other side that has nothing. Both those countries has like philosophical differences against each other. So they're literally like the worst of the worst. They're like the Sharks and the Jets from like West Side Story fighting all the time.
When you're a jet all the way from your first cigarette to your last dying day. The Foxy Man knows his music, man.
Foxy
So
Man can.
the Foxy Man can. Aldo, I'm Sherry Davis Jr., I say. So Foxy, you believe aliens exist? I
Oh
do.
no.
I do.
Absolutely.
Why would we be granted, why are we the only person in the galaxies that why are we the only blessed ones that we came into being? So yeah, I absolutely. And recently, over the last several years, some footage has been released by the Pentagon, and with captains and old school Air Force and guys that said, I don't know what you see the actual footage of it, that there's no way from a physics standpoint, there's nothing on Earth, whether it's the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, nobody has technology to do that. So I absolutely believe that aliens exist.
Mhm.
And, um,
What was that one meme? The aliens from back in the like 5-10 years ago.
Like
Aliens.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he brought up like a funny point one time. He was like, just imagine that if there is this intelligent species that's out there, and they traveled all this way through the galaxy, through the universe, and everything like that. And once they get to Earth, he's like, do you know the amount of trash, like satellites that are just floating in the atmosphere? So he was
space
like, if
junk.
you are just an intelligent being, are you gonna want to stop at a planet that looks like a dumpster?
That's deep,
Nah, I'll
man.
pee at the next planet. Let's go.
Take a left at that asteroid. Yeah, so hey, Nice said Knox is an alien, so I knew something was coming. So Debonair Polo Don said Hussein wanted to change from petrodollar to gold as the price of oil, and that's why they went after him. I believe that,
Yeah.
man. Anything that has to do with
Oil.
economics, yeah, you watch elections and everything. Couldn't stand Donald Trump, but Donald Trump's not a president right now because the old guard who had their ways and all their pockets lined. The thing that Trump did was he threw a wrench in the works. Regardless, he was a maniac, that dude, and he was upsetting all these people's money, so they couldn't get him out of there fast enough because they were losing their monies. So, um, you know, a lot of you, you heard me mention, I haven't read a newspaper, turned on news for over a year and a half, year and 3/4, and my life has been so much better because I don't see people say, "Did you hear what happened?" I'm like, not a clue. And
Yep.
then they tell me, and I'm like, "Oh, that's terrible." Like, but how don't you know that? And it's like, because I like to have a nice life. I like to have good thoughts. And it's you watch the news, you read the front page, and even if you read the back page of the papers and stuff like that, everything's negative. Everything's negative, and you know what? I just want positivity in my life, man.
Mm-hmm.
The only negative I could deal with is the Knicks losing. I don't want any of that
That's
evil
enough in and of
stuff.
itself.
You sound
Yeah.
like you just came from a trip with Phil Jackson. You good, Steven? You zenned out over there,
I
brother?
wasn't on a trip, but we had the same weed. So yeah. So let's see. Everybody try the same way. Knicks fans are aliens. Yep. Uh,
No, Knick fans are just loyal.
yeah.
Being a Knick fan means you're super loyal. That means that you
Which
could
is
love
an alien in today's
and
society.
Yeah. Brother BKL Contreras, man. Haven't seen you for a couple of days. Hope all is well. Chuck Allen, same back at you, man. Hope you guys are thinking about the next Roswell, New Mexico alien visitation and stuff like that.
Storm Area 51. Remember when that was a thing?
Yeah.
yeah.
It,
Did you see? There's a guy on YouTube that's called All Gas No Breaks that he did like a correspondence there. Hilarious. It'll be the best 6 minutes of your life. You never
let me
regret it.
write that down. I love you
All gas,
guys.
no breaks.
All gas. No, because I'm always, whether it was music the other night, people were turning me on to. Hey, Coach Colorblocks, if you're listening, I listened to some chick, Korea, and I listened to Spain, and I listened to, I think it was called The Matrix, and something rumba. So forgive me, but wow, that's some heavy stuff. But I love that. I love we had that. Uh, Jonathan JD is trying to get tickets for the 23rd and it was sold out. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's cool. Alan Bradley, pardon me. Should the Knicks dangle one of their first round picks to acquire Michael Porter Jr.? He's probably
No.
better than any rookies coming out of the draft. Alan, that's a great question. I'm old school that I never invest in somebody that had disc surgery or back surgery because it's chronic injury. You never get over it. It's going to come back. So I've seen guys come back from ACLs, as we saw with Zach LaVine and others that have had fine careers. But I've really never seen anybody that have a long career, fine career, that had back issues.
Seen a lot of great careers end by back issues.
Thank you, and that's why I had no issue with DSJ leaving because DSJ is going to always have issues every year that he needs to sit a week or two. So, yo, Kevin, you want to talk about aliens? You want to you want to talk about the Greys? You want to?
It's your turn to bring up a conspiracy, Kev.
That's right. We need you to
bring one up.
Believe it or not, I don't. I don't have any conspiracy. I'm a very.
Neither.
I don't know. I'm a very overly grounded person. My life is so like vanilla. It's crazy. So I don't know.
Well, I make up for you because I'm a maniac. I'm a crazy man.
I get my thrill. I'm a movie watcher, and that's when I watch movies. I get out of my element, and then for 2 hours.
All right, Kev.
You're a crier. You watch Hallmark Channel.
You set me up with a beach ball for you. What's your top 3 movies that you love?
Like of all time?
All time.
Oh God.
What movie when you see it? No matter you saw it 400 times, you sit down and you're like, I watched it again. Although I will say it's not a favorite movie, but if somebody said, what is the biggest things that you've seen? You know, how did the pandemic, anything big come out of the pandemic? And I went, the Guinness World Book of Records. I've seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood 4,675 times during the pandemic because it seems like it's the only thing that's on cable every time I turn it on. But
you got Tiger King. That came out of the pandemic. Steve Exotic.
I'll give you 5, I guess.
Okay.
In any order?
This is no particular order.
Okay.
So 1 is a tie because they're a sequel, and so it's like together. It's Ghostbusters and Ghostbusters 2.
I thought you were going to say Godfather. You threw me off. I thought you were going to say Godfather Part 2, and you come off with the Ghostbusters. Lord have mercy. Oh, wow.
Ghostbusters holds a very special place in my heart. I'm going to let you finish. Let me just finish real quick. My uncle who just passed this past like year from COVID and stuff like that, he worked on the first 2 Ghostbusters movie and painted the original Echo on the first 2. He was a car painter. He did all the movies in the 80s, like the Steven Seagal movies that were in the 80s. Like he worked on
all those things.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, salute, man. That's crazy.
And just thoughts out to
Thanks.
Yeah. So all right, so Ghostbuster Part 2. Keep going, Kayla. I see you have a very sophisticated palate.
Yeah. Gotta love Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters, are you kidding me?
I love Ghostbusters.
The more you know.
Here's a weird one. The Man in the Iron Mask. I really love it. Every time
What, the original, or because there've only been about 400 versions of it?
Well, no, the one with like Jeremy Irons and John Malkovich and Leonardo DiCaprio and Gabriel Byrne. And, I love that movie.
Man, do you have unique taste? I knew you were a unique dude, but now I'm finding out more about you. It's like, whoa.
A Few Good Men. I love that movie.
You can't handle the knocks.
A lot of people can't. So that's what, 3.
Oh Lord.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
Oh, wait, how do you do it in the second one?
All right.
Righty then.
Oh yeah, it is.
And
good movies.
I need one more.
You're not going to say the Flintstones or something like that, are you? With Rosie O'Donnell or something?
That's a low key gem right there, right?
It's underrated.
It's a cult classic.
And Star Trek: Wrath of Khan.
Wow.
Wow, man.
Which one?
Wow.
Which one? The original or the reboot trash that came out?
The Wrath of Khan.
Yo, Hector, I'm kicking it to you. Your three most favorite movies of all time. Could be 5, whatever. Let it flow.
No. I can say Star Trek in general, just the series in general. I'm a big Trekkie. I love Star Trek. Like that's one of my favorite series of all time. Next Generation, and then different ones. But I can say after that, Bronx Tale is one of my all-time favorite movies.
Me grow. Oh, I love that movie.
Do the Right Thing is one of my all-time favorite movies.
It was on last night.
And I'm not sure if any of you guys ever seen this, but if you know Benjamin Bratt, the Pineta movie, he came out. He played Miguel Pinedo, who was like a Puerto Rican poet who opened up the New Rican Poet Cafe down on the Lower East Side. So that movie's based on him. Real good movie, low key, real good movie. And to add for my last 2, Ghostbusters.
Wow, Zach.
Wow, that's tough. I mean, I'm kind of like Kevin. I like all movies. It's hard to just put down, but I'd have to say like the Ace Venturas. I count them as one, because I just loved Ace Ventura. But Ford versus Ferrari.
That was
I
just
know it's
on
a newer
today.
one. I know it's a newer one, but I love that movie. Coach Carter's a good one.
Yeah,
I'm saying great movies, and you guys are just.
Well, no, I mean, Godfather, Goodfellas. I mean, I can't think. I just think of ones. There might be great all-time movies, but ones
like
I enjoyed more.
classics,
like ones I enjoyed. I don't know. That's tough. I can't really think of 3.
A movie that you can like if it's on, like, oh, the movie's on. I'm gonna say I don't care. Like if it's on, sit down and watch it.
That's what I'm saying. Those are the ones I'm bringing up. Like, yeah, I mean, there's like probably 200 of those types of movies. If it's on, I'd watch them.
Yeah.
Killing Me, Dr. Seuss is not in one of those. The Grinch with Jim Carrey.
I got subtitles on right now. I'm just kidding. As we speak now.
Oh, well, here's the thing. As a genre, I'm a huge comic book movie fan.
Nice.
Okay.
So, I think I'm in the wrong line of work. I need to go work for Warner Brothers because they have screwed the DC collection up totally.
The movies, the TV shows are like bearable.
I need to be like the who's the guy who's over?
You need to be Kevin Feige of the.
I need to be the Kevin Feige of Warner Brothers, and I promise. The thing about Warner Brothers is this, right? They got behind the 8 ball because Marvel jumped out the gate, right? But if you think about, I don't think Marvel, if you go back 10, 12 years ago, like the first Iron Man, I don't think Marvel knew that it was going to be
explode.
As big. Like I don't think they knew like the movies that it would be $1 billion grossing per movie. Like if they make a movie, it's going to gross $1 billion pre-pandemic, right? And so Warner Brothers, because the thing, DC has a better collection. Let's just be honest. DC has a better collection of superheroes than Marvel does. But it's kind of like marketing. Like they just know how to market better. But DC has the Holy Trinity. They have Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman.
I'll say that. I'll say the Holy Trinity, like the original lineup that they have is better than the original like Marvel lineup. Yeah. But like when X-Men were like popping in the 80s, X-Men was like basically what represented Marvel at the time, and everyone wanted X-Men.
So this is the problem with DC, right? When they decided they were going to do their own cinematic universe, right? And they started with Man of Steel. They was like, great, this is because Man of Steel was a very good movie, like a really, really good movie.
I enjoyed it.
And this is what they always mess up because they're like, okay, we're gonna incorporate this new universe. What do we do now? And somebody was like, let's do Batman again. Warner Brothers only knows how to make Batman movies. And they're going to force, even though Batman vs. Superman should have been a sequel to Man of Steel, they had to 4-speed Batman in there, and the fact that they got not Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck, who's one of the best stars in Hollywood. They was like, okay, this is basically a Batman movie now, and you don't start off a cinematic universe by killing off your strongest character. It's like saying Iron Man dies in Iron Man 2.
You gotta understand, you're missing the main point. The main part about that movie was Martha.
Oh yeah, they really watched her because both mother's name was Martha. I would. Did anyone ever watch? I don't know how old you guys are. In the late
Probably
'90s,
not old enough.
2000s.
Okay.
The Cartoon Network's Justice League cartoon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Had they started the cinematic universe the way they started the cartoon,
Yeah.
Different conversation. Yep.
it would be, because it would have blown out of the water what would have happened, right? Because you can see what happened is with Marvel did it one at a time. They introduced all the characters. They introduced Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor. Because if you're not a comic book fan, you're not really familiar with who these people are. You've heard of them, but you're not familiar. Unlike everybody knows who Superman is. Everybody knows who Batman is and the Wonder Woman is. So you don't have to introduce them in the same light that you would introduce a lot of the Marvel characters that were in Civil War. I mean, maybe Hulk. Everyone knows the Hulk, but that's different.
Okay.
So whereas Marvel started off one by one, and then the first Avengers movie brought everybody together, you didn't necessarily have to do that in DC because the storylines of a lot of these characters you already know. So you could have started off with a Justice League movie and then branched out and did it the opposite way of Marvel did. Like Marvel did individual movies, then brought them together, then branched off, then brought them back together, branched off, and then brought them back together.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you could have started with a Justice League movie first, then branched off, and then brought them back together. And I guarantee those movies would have dwarfed what Marvel could have done.
Definitely.
They've done it right.
They rushed it. Like you said, they rushed it.
They rushed
Marvel, they focused on making a good movie when it came to the first Iron Man, and that's what set everything off. You said it also, it was characters that nobody knew because all the A-list characters Marvel sold off in the 90s. So I think right now with Batman was one of my favorite growing up, but I think they burn the candle too much. No more Batman. I think they need to focus on Nightweek. Oh my God, Terry McGinnis. Batman Beyond, and you need to focus on that and try to get something and build off of that.
What they need to do is go ahead and make the Flash movie.
Yeah.
And what they need to do is make an actual watchable Green Lantern movie. that Ryan Reynolds.
You ain't like the Sky Beam? You like the Sky Beam? Every bad movie has a Sky Beam. That Green Lantern Sky Beam was one of the best Sky Beams.
Anyway, they need to make a watchable Green Lantern movie. But here's what they need to do, and I don't want to make this like a race thing. Do you know what the third highest grossing movie of all time is?
I'm listening.
Second. I think it's the second. The second highest grossing movie of all time. Second highest grossing movie of all time is Black Panther.
Honestly,
the movie that made the second most money in box office is Black Panther.
What's first? The only reason I said that, I thought everything was always a Star Wars or something like that.
No, it's because I think it's Avatar.
Yeah, Avatar.
Oh yeah.
Black Panther beat out Titanic, which
Yeah.
is funny because James Cameron just makes blockbusters, I guess. But and this is being real. This is being general. The African American community, right, rushed out in droves. People who aren't even my mom went to go see Black Panther, and she doesn't watch kind of movies at all, right? And DC has in their arsenal a Black Green Lantern because here's the thing. I can't think of his name. The character itself. Who is the original Green Lantern? I can't think of his
Hal Rayner.
name. No, it's something like that.
Yeah, Hal Rayner was the original Green Lantern. Then it was some other white dude, and then it was how the one you talking about from the Justice League cartoon show.
Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan is the original one. Then John Stewart is the one that kind of, if you're in the age of like 20 to like 40 and you grew up with like Justice League, John Stewart is the Green Lantern that you know.
Yeah, RC Creative said that John Stewart, and Illmatic said Hal Jordan.
Yeah, Hal Jordan is the original one, the one that Ryan Reynolds played. But like I said, if you're in the age of like 20 to 40, you grew up with John Stewart being your Green Lantern. And what is the age demographic of people who are going to go see comic book movies? Most of people in between 20 and 40. And so if you're like your grandfather and comic books were like a nickel, you like Hal Jordan. That's your Green Lantern. But Hal Jordan's not box office because we don't know him. That's not the Green Lantern that we grew up with. And so you have a perfectly good moneymaker in John Stewart as a character that you could make bank off of if you did it right. But that's just the thing. Like, DC just doesn't know what they want to do. They'll do something whenever the wind blows. I'm excited to see the Zack Snyder cut finally, after years and years and years. Seeing the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. I saw the trailer and it looks. Here's the thing about Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder is going to make a visually great movie. His movies' visuals are like breathtaking. They are astounding. Storylines is where Zack Snyder kind of is like,
no storyline. Let's throw in some more special effects.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the best story, but man, this looks good to watch. Like, I can watch his movies on mute and create my own dialogue.
Nah, he does do the perfect like scene settings and the lighting. It's real deep.
Like, if you took a Christopher Nolan story and Zack Snyder graphics, you pretty much have Man of Steel, and that's what you got.
But isn't that why the previous Batman movies they work so well?
Yeah,
the
previous Batman movies are written and directed by the Dark Knight trilogy. It was written and directed by Christopher Nolan. Who also did, and I forgot to leave one of my also favorite movies is Inception.
Yeah,
stunningly, the graphics are just stunning in that movie.
That top spinning at the end always killed me.
I think it failed personally. I think he woke up. I don't want to believe. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just nostalgic. I don't want to believe that he was in a dream.
I was confusing the Green Lantern she was talking about with the Alan Scott Green Lantern. You know, the Green Lantern with the red shirt and the white hoodie. That's the one I was confusing it with.
Hal Jordan is the original.
Yeah.
The original Green Lantern, but there's been several iterations of Green Lanterns. But John Stewart is pretty much like number 2 on the list after Hal Jordan and popularity. Flash, because they had the Flash show, because there's
Flash.
The Flash is in the WB. The Flash is in a WB show is a different Flash than what they use, because there's 2 Flashes. There's Barry Allen and there's Wally West. I'm pretty sure that Wally West is a TV show. Maybe
no, they have both, because I watch that show like all the time. They have both Wally West and Barry Allen. But the thing with the TV show was they did like the whole Crisis on Infinity Earth, like that whole story from the comics. So what they did was they showed the Flash from the movies, Ezra Miller Flash. They showed him on the TV show, but just being from a different Earth. And that's what they did on the TV show, and that's why I really like the TV show, like Legends of Tomorrow and the Flash. Like, they're whacking out of there, but they showed like, all right, cool. The movie universe is on a different Earth. So that way, when they do reboot the whole movie franchise, they could go with the Flash doing the Crisis, and then boom, reboot it, have a different Batman, different whoever. Well, I think that Flash movie is what's going to reset the whole thing.
But I want to see Darkseid. Here's the thing: the ultimate fight in comic books is Superman versus Darkseid. that is the ultimate fight. Like if that fight could last 30 minutes in a movie, and I'd be in it the whole way. Because Darkseid, as much as because we all know Thanos right by now, everyone knows Thanos. Darkseid is on another level. Like Darkseid is on another level than Thanos, and because there's only one person that you could have fight him. Like fight scenes, Superman is the only one.
Puppy time.
The last Kryptonian.
You got that right.
Stealing the show.
I didn't know it was 2:00. Wow.
Yeah, he comes up like clockwork. Hey, Daddy, time to take me out. I know you shoveled your ass off today, making a pathway for me to do my business. So
need some itchings and the scratchings before though.
Yeah, it's gonna get real icy. So folks, be real careful over the next day or so. It's gonna be ugly out here in the New York area, man. I'm tired of shoveling, man. I'm just tired. Spring can't come quick enough for me this year. We got really nailed this year, and I don't want any more snow. I don't want any more snow at all. Just looking at the chat, Marky B, Private Ryan, one of the greatest theaters experiences. Saving Private Ryan, probably the opening sequence is one of the greatest opening sequences in any movie. Certain movies, I had a weird experience with my dad was in the South Pacific during World War II, and he never talked about the war. A lot of the guys that are actually in war never talk about war. It's a lot of guys that talk about it, they never actually saw the atrocities. He couldn't watch Apocalypse Now because it was just way too graphic of what he, a lot of the stuff that they saw and stuff like that. So, but Private Ryan, oh my God, that opening sequence is crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, our guy JD's like, who's our favorite comedians? And that's a big thing for comedians because you have guys stand up, obviously Pryor and Eddie Murphy and Chappelle and great stand-ups, but
Carlin.
You have great writers though. I am a huge Mel Brooks fan, so Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles, just I love that kind of crazy humor. So I love crazy stuff like that. But fellas, favorite movies that make you laugh?
Oh.
I mean, clearly
That's
Ghostbusters.
What?
Ghostbusters
is classic. No
like,
doubt.
Here's the thing about 80 movies, like 80s comedy movies compared to comedy movies now. 80s comedy movies were like subtle funny, where they weren't like trying to be funny. That's what made them funny. Like today's comedy is like it's just in your face, and it's like that's not funny. It's just like a lot.
Yeah.
RC Creative coming to America, abso-freaking-lutely, man.
It's like
yes.
It's like that scene. It's funny. It's like, Ray, when someone asks you if you're a god, you say
yeah.
I don't know why that's funny, but it's just hilarious because the look on Dan Aykroyd's face.
I like Caddyshack.
Caddyshack's legendary.
That is funny.
Yeah.
Comedies are more what I like to watch.
Murray, whether it's in Ghostbusters or Caddyshack, that's one crazy dude.
I like old school. I liked Old School. Will Ferrell. That was a good movie.
That's another.
Yeah. Anyway. So it was a
Snoop.
Jack
Snoop-a-loop. We're going streaking.
Love you, sexy.
Chevy Chase movie, Nothing
Stevie
But Trouble.
Moon. That was your documentary. Stevie Moon.
Sorry, Heck.
No, I was saying Nothing But Trouble, that Chevy Chase movie that had the low key,
very underrated movie.
Exactly, it had the low key Tupac cameo at the end of it when the group was performing.
That's whole Digital Underground.
Yeah, that had the low key Tupac cameo in that movie. That movie's very underrated. Scary, but underrated. That's like the Ghostbusters to me was like on a serious note, like and to me it was like it had its jokes, but it kind of scared me when I was a child.
So here's
I'm not talking about scary. What kind of movies whether scary or just like, oh man, what movie I love like that? It's not necessarily scary, but it's like, whoa, Silence of the Lambs. I could watch that movie, man. That's a really well crafted movie.
That movie is more creepy than
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. Here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big like horror movie fan.
Mm-mm.
Like creepy, not scary is like The Shining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird, creepy, but not scary. You know what I mean? I don't know how to. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like,
No, I
Yeah.
understand. So anytime I see two twins in the hallway, I'll just run the other way. I don't, I don't want no parts.
It's Johnny.
I say growing up, House on a Haunted Hill, the remake
Yeah.
that came out. I know it's like a lot of people don't like it, but that movie petrified me. I was in the 6th grade, scared.
Benson?
Yeah,
The
I was
Exorcist. Some of the guys said The Exorcist. That was the
Rockaway,
original,
like
man.
that was old. So whenever the wind came, it was creeping. Like that movie just scared me as a child.
I think as a child, I hated Chucky. Like the first couple, 2 maybe Chucky movies. And I was like, oh man, I didn't want like a doll or like a like nope, not happening. I'll tell you underrated is kind of a what's that movie? The Faculty kind of guy. And I guess a little bit older. I think my ultimate, I don't know, maybe I think my ultimate scariest movie I've ever seen is probably Hellraiser.
Oh,
I don't know why. I can't. Something about Hellraiser, I can't do it.
it's just hands in the face. Like it was just, and like that's why I like movies from the 80s because like the practical effects. To me, practical effects, I'll take that over CGI all day.
Yeah. Hey, pseudonym Shipe, man. He said One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He said so many of the movies you like, man. I'm into also, man. Great movies, fellas. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to. Kevin, we usually go from 11:45 to 2 is Knicks at night, and from 2 on is Knicks at night after hours.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm pretty sure Freezy will pop back up soon.
Okay. Hey, fellas, chat, as always, it's been wonderful. I wasn't supposed to be on today, but like I said, my wife went to sleep. I was awake, hanging out with my boy here, and I said, you know what? Let me hang out with my family tonight, and because it ain't work, it's just talking about life. And like I said, the thing I love about this platform, hey, we got a long schedule. How many freaking times can you talk about Peyton, and how many times could you talk about Mitch? You know, we have a game, we have something to talk about, but hey, man, it's beautiful that we can just jam on different things that hit our mind, and that's a big differentiator between the Lawrence Tears channel and the shows that Freezy produces, and the freedom he gives to the different people he has on it than others that are. Shit, I heard that same take 100 times already. All right. Yeah, all right. Would you trade? Would you trade Frank for LeBron and AD?
We might have to throw in Kevin Knox.
We
Steve.
may have to throw in Kevin
I don't want to
Knox.
give up Kevin Knox. You know,
Yeah,
that's
mortgaging the future for LeBron and AD.
that's hard for me.
So, good night, everyone. Jonathan Hernandez, one last time, YouTube watcher, pseudonym Shipe, Marky B, nice, always like your takes, man. Brother BKL Contreras, our future gaming. David Jackson, Jonathan JD, as always. Hey, and again, everyone, please check out Sports Vibe TV and Jonathan. Fantastic show. Really, you know, I'm an old dude. Some of the guys then in the Knicks content side are a little older. We need this younger generation of great takes, great, you know, different perspectives. They're the future. I am a huge supporter of Jonathan. Keys, you know, Sports Vibe TV and just others. And today on Ron Cleveland, a big shout out to Ron Cleveland. Everyone, please subscribe to Man. It's the Knicks. He's fantastic, great content, an even better person. Today he had on 3 young guys. One of them was Haddock and Sharon, and Bro Post, and I think NBA. Forgive me. Wow, it's impressive that, you know, the knowledge that these young men have on hoops. Their vocabulary is just wow, man, leaving me in the dust thinking about when I was their age. So everyone, God bless you. Kevin's going to take the reins from here on. I'll see you probably Sunday, so I will have a couple of days off. I love you. Have a good night, everyone.
Love you, Foxy.
I am Foxy.
Freezy, you're back.
Yeah, man, that movie discussion was dope. Why didn't y'all ask me what movie I liked?
You weren't
on.
You.
I was here. I was listening to y'all
We
whack
gotta
movies. Talking about Ghostbusters. Man,
Ghostbusters
I
is
was here.
one of the greatest classics of all time.
No man, no man. Can we please at least throw on some zombie movies?
Zombie movies.
And
Here's the thing
no
about,
Fright Night.
here's the thing about zombie movies. Like, there was an era where like every movie was a zombie movie, and it's like, can we please get something that doesn't have to do with zombies?
I
No, but
mean, yeah,
the thing about zombies is like I don't want the fast ones to come. If they was to happen, don't let it be the fast ones. This is over for me. Like I got a messed up knee from high school. It's over. I'm not gonna make it that far. Just let it be slow.
right, and,
Lukewarm
right, and,
pursuit. It's gonna be a brisk
right.
walk.
Yo,
Here's the
but
thing, the-
so I was gonna tell Zach. So I know every move. I know every word of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
Oh,
Every word.
Don't get me started.
Dude.
Don't.
Hungry
You
fella.
don't.
Hungry fella. There you go.
No, I don't smoke. It's a disgusting habit.
You have it.
Nah, that's how it was with Tommy Boy. That movie Tommy Boy. That's how it was. I knew
Yeah,
every word from the movie Tommy Boy.
Ace Ventura is my stuff, though.
And Black Sheep. Oh
Oh,
my
Black
God.
Sheep. Yeah, Black Sheep
Black
was so
Sheep is
good.
very underrated. Like
Yeah.
that's an
Yeah.
underrated
No, but that car scene in Tommy Boy when they're singing and they start singing the Spanish song.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. So in terms of movies, man, I would say, one of the best movies that I ever saw, and I think it's a very underrated movie, is I Am Legend. You know what I'm saying?
That was a good one.
And so I think it's underrated in the respect or in the aspect that nobody really wants to be the last man on earth, really. You had that vibe until towards the end of the movie, like you didn't know. You know what I'm saying? But to have your best friend be your dog, I mean, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? And so it goes into the storyline of man's best friend. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, though, to have to go through the same routine every day just in order to survive is crazy.
And that was I'm sorry.
No,
No, I was gonna say, and that was my favorite part about that movie, I Am Legend. Like the whole like zombies or whatever you want to call them, they weren't like the main part of the movie. Like that was just the background setting. The whole like psychological thriller of like being the last person and like
right,
not having anyone to talk. That was the main part of the movie, and that's to me why it was my favorite. Like why I like the movie.
right. And then having to play, like having to go through your routine every day, and having to play music just to feel human, even though you were like it perceived or at the time thinking that you were the last human on earth. Another I guess so. I have two more. So, and they were like on different ends of the spectrum. I think, man, the Marvel movies, especially the um Infinity War. I'm sorry, not Infinity War, but Endgame was one of those joints where it was like it touched on humanity so much, like all these different aspects of being human and realizing how helpless you are in the grand scheme of things. And so when you once you embrace your helplessness, you want everything to go back to normal in your helpless existence. You know what I mean? I mean, because to have half of the galaxy or half of the universe be snapped away, you know what I'm saying? You're like, oh snap, no pun intended. But
Yeah, like even though like it just the stakes were always higher. Like you always felt
yeah,
like there was a higher stake. You know, and out of those
yeah,
Marvel movies, like one of my favorite ones is to me is Winter Soldier, just because that movie had more of like a spy movie feel to it.
yeah.
I think with Endgame, the thing about Endgame to me was like you rated it is humanity, and you see like the main characters touch on a part of themselves, and it's the fact that they could go back and like with Thor and his mom, or
Mhm.
when Captain America saw Peggy, or the
Right.
fact that kind of Howard Tony Stark can kind of talk to Howard Stark
Mhm.
Yeah,
and be like, he knowing he's afraid to be a dad
yeah,
meant a lot to Tony.
Right.
And so that was most like when you saw like when Thor was talking to his mom and she was like, "I have something I gotta tell you." She's like, "No, like your future is your future and mine is mine." And you can
Right.
tell like it hurt him because like I want to save you because I know that you are going to die today.
Today. Right.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yep.
that day. And she's like, "No, like your future is yours and mine is mine."
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And you know it. I know it was more. It was a more emotional movie than I thought going
Yeah.
Right.
into it. Because you know you see Marvel right, and when they go get Thanos and they chop his head off like the first 5 minutes, and you're like,
Yep.
well, what is this movie going to be about?
Yep.
And
Yep.
th-
Yeah.
that's the thing about it. I was like, okay, well, they just killed Thanos. I don't know what the rest of this movie is going to be about.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of were like,
Right.
okay, well, yeah, it's time travel. But the
Right.
way that Ant-Man put it, he's like, when he's like, are you basing this entire thing off of Back to the
For the
Future?
future.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, for real. It was funny as hell to hear people in the movie reference people in the movie, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. To me that was fun. And then the other thing too I wanted to touch on too was to see Tony Stark interact with his father after all those years of thinking his father was a jerk, and Tony Stark grew up to be the same person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then to see him, and he was like, and to see how these dudes at the same age, like Stark, go back to see Howard Stark at the same age as he is right now, and talk to him is like, man, nah, man, don't worry about the dad stuff. Your son is gonna be perfectly fine. Trust me. And it was his son from the future telling him that. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of deep because Tony Stark, up until this point, I always thought that Howard Stark was a jerk because he didn't spend enough time with his kids.
Mm-hmm.
So
Tony was able to get that closure, like you said it during the entire history of like the MCU or Iron Man. We only know when Tony references his father as someone that he dislikes or someone that he really wasn't too fond of. So to see that connection, like Freezy said at the end, and to have that closure, that was like that hit on a note. Just like Kev said, that movie was a lot more emotional than you thought it was gonna be.
It goes out. One running joke that me and my friend has about Captain America is it's like, so who's going to win a fight between you and yourself?
right.
Because I think when Captain America was fighting himself, he's like, well, you should know all your moves.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
When Captain America's like, I can do this all day, and the other he was like, yeah,
I know.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It was just, and then that scene in the elevator that brought it back to Winter Soldier, and he was like, he's like, I know.
That's the thing,
Right.
like if you know, like going back, like you know, like all these people are bad.
Yeah.
And actually, all these people are dead. You know,
Right.
dude, like everyone in the elevator is pretty much dead. But I know because my friend, I was watching with my friend, he had never seen it, literally like a week or two ago. And when Captain America was like Hell Hydra, and I was like, oh snap, because it still gets me.
Right.
My friend was like, well, what does that mean? And he's like, well, you got to watch Winter Soldier when you know like they're all part of Hydra, and at the time they didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all about the big reveal because they're going back in time, and you know these events like when they went back to end the fight scene in Avengers, but you didn't know what had happened when they got the Tesseract and went down the elevator and
Yeah.
Right.
So it was a very well done movie.
Yeah, man.
I'm not gonna lie,
Very good.
one of the saddest things was that Tony Stark funeral.
Yeah.
To see everybody there and mourning because they realize I want to thank Tony for it. I think everyone in the world should have been there. You know,
It needs to be live stream on like everyone's TV.
Yeah, really, because Tony Stark literally gave his life for it. Everybody.
Right.
Okay, which is actually funny because if you remember in Avengers 2, when Tony Stark had that dream, and he like, I saw everyone else dead, and so I had to do something. When in reality, everyone else lived because Tony had to die. So that was a good.
But the reason why he sacrificed himself so everybody else could live. Because when what's the magician's name? I forgot.
Dr. Strange.
But Dr. Strange told him there was only one outcome. right? When he looked
Yeah.
at Tony, he was like, there's only one outcome. You know what I'm saying? And so he looked at him. He was like, you know what? Just to look at his eye, let Tony know that Tony had to sacrifice himself for everybody.
I think Tony knew at that moment, like, this is what I have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And because remember earlier in that scene, he was like, you know, Tony's like, you told me there was one chance, is this it? And Dr. Trent's like, if I tell you, it won't happen. Because if I tell you that you have to sacrifice yourself, you won't do it.
Right.
Or you like overthink it. Yeah.
Like you probably, if I tell you,
Mm-hmm.
that, you know, you have to die, like you have to sacrifice yourself in order for us to win, you probably wouldn't do it.
Right. And the reason why is not even because of humanity, is because he wanted that relationship with his daughter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing he valued more than all the other stuff. And I'm sure humanity was high up on the list, but for him to have that relationship with his daughter was very important.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and a lot of us would think about it like that too. Like, you know, do I save all these people, or do I spend time with this one person who I love with all my heart? And I know y'all will sacrifice that relationship to save humanity, but it's not as easy a decision as people would think it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're like, man, you know, do I sacrifice this time with my kid? You know what I'm saying? This one relationship that I got right from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. So y'all didn't think Black Widow sacrificing herself was sad?
I saw it coming because
Really?
for the fact that Hawkeye like literally is like getting his like family, and he has so if this would have went through, like if Hawkeye would, boom, his family would have came back and they would have not have him. So it's like Black Widow, she doesn't have any baggage. So her, like you just saw like You're My Best Friend, when they had those moments together, that you just saw that she was going to be the one to go.
To me, the writing on the wall was, it what made no sense is like, why were they the ones to go to Vormir instead of Rocket and Thanos' other daughter? No,
Oh,
not
Gamora.
Well,
Not Gamora.
The other, the
Rocket
chick. Not even Rocket. No. It was
Oh, it was
together.
No. You talking? Wow, we look real bad trying to discuss this right now. It was War Machine. It was War Machine and
Gamora's sister.
yeah, Purple Girl. Nebula.
Thank you,
yeah.
So my thing is this: Nebula knows how to fly a spaceship, right? So why wasn't it her and War Machine fly the spaceship to Vormir and leave Black Widow and and Hawkeye there to get the Power Stone? See, when I knew they were going to Vormir, I knew she was going to die. Because there was no other reason for them to go to Vormir.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole purpose of going there is you to lose something that you love.
Right.
Yeah, and they're like they have that connection, that friendship over the years.
All the other Avengers, they're probably the two of the closest ones.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I can't see Captain America and Iron Man going there because, well, we're gonna be about the stone because I don't know how we're gonna get this.
Right. Right.
So,
no, but I think it kind of could have worked with Captain America and Iron Man, for the fact that Bucky is who killed Iron Man's parents, and that whole like tension between them. If they probably could have worked something, but like you said, it probably wouldn't have worked.
I think the thing between Captain America and Iron Man, they're friends. I think they have a deep respect and friendship.
Are they really friends?
Yeah, they're not on like Xbox Live with each other, but they like they're work buddies.
I think they're friends. I think they'll hang out.
No, I don't. They legit started a civil war against each other.
I mean, this is true. They did, but I think that's case in point.
And they're two different people. Like one dude legit grew up getting bullied on the street of Queens, New York, right? And the other dude is some pomp rich kid that had the silver spoon in his mouth and went to all these Ivy League schools, and you know what I mean? I mean, so they're so different. that
But
are
different
they
doesn't mean that they
really?
can't be friends. I think they're friends. Yes, I think they're
And
friends. I think they genuinely care about each other.
Yeah.
and if it wasn't for Tony, thinking that he could save humanity by putting a suit of armor around the earth, then we wouldn't probably be in this. We wouldn't have had that situation in the first place. Remember the
Yeah. With Ultron.
yeah, Age of Ultron. If it wasn't for Tony, there would be no Age of Ultron.
Yeah,
Captain
but was he?
America
But you
tells
know,
him,
you had like a
"Hey."
spaceship come from space. Was he that wrong?
I mean,
This is why I said they're friends, because I think that was kind of when in Endgame, where Tony Stark gave Captain the shield back and was like, "This is yours." I think that was him forgiving Captain America. I think that was like, and he's like, "Tony, are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, again, my dad gave it to you."
Mm-hmm.
right.
No, yeah.
I think that was Tony forgiving Captain America.
Well, at the same time, Captain America earned that shield too. Now, it's not like what I'm saying. It's not like Captain America didn't earn that.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, well, he definitely did.
Yeah, because he is the original. I'm not gonna say the original Winter Soldier. I forget he's the original whatever soldier. I forgot what they call it.
Oh, you the
But
original Weapon X.
yeah, and and then every time I hear somebody say Weapon X, you know who I think about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wolverine.
One of the most overrated characters. Really,
No,
I would say overrated from the movies because the movie they tried to like wrap that whole franchise around him, and it
and that's a different story. But I guess with Endgame, yeah, Tony and Cap are friends. They're friends.
I don't know. I think Cap and Black Widow were friends. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they were like more than friends.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
They were more than friends.
If you remember,
Yeah.
the Hulk came back, and then
It was
and
got real awkward.
this is awkward right here.
Yeah, man.
I think here's the thing. There's different levels of friends. Like
Right.
you can say like Bucky and Cap are friends, right? And they've been friends for like whatever. But
Right.
Cap and Falcon are friends. They're not on the same level. You can say that like Cap and Hulk are friends, not on the same level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Cap and Falcon are really almost like best friends, man.
Like brothers, yeah, because they're like the whole like they grew up together, and yeah.
Wait, Falcon or
No, I'm talking about Bucky.
Well, I think Cap and Falcon are friends in a like they didn't go to school together, but they met each other as adults and became best friends. Because legit, Captain America, if you read the comic books, Captain America has always lined Falcon up to be the next Captain America. Always.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like this dude is legit a regular cat that just wears a suit and gets the most out of his average. And Falcon is an average dude now. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Black Panther where you come from a long lineage of warriors and then you have the best tech in the world. Falcon is just the average athletic dude that got military grade stuff. He stole it and turned himself into Falcon, right?
Mm. He wasn't like a top-notch pilot and stuff like that. Also,
nah. He's just
I really thought that Captain America was going to turn it over to Winter Soldier. Like that's to me because Winter Soldier is almost in the same ilk as Captain America.
Yeah.
I really thought he was going to give the shield to him. I mean, Greg,
Bucky?
The Bucky.
Yeah.
Did you see the trailer for Captain America and the Falcon? Not Captain, the Winter Soldier and the Falcon.
That looks really good. Yeah.
It looks funny. It looks like an odd couple superheroes.
Yeah. Well, those they work well off each other. Like whenever they have their committal banter, they like really work well off each other.
Funny thing is kind of like it's kind of like me and you aren't friends. Like we have the same mutual friend, and he's not around anymore, but we're still together.
Monsoon season.
It looks like what could have been what they was trying to go for the Hobbs and Shaw movie. That like the relationship that Winter Soldier and like Falcon has reminds me of like that, but it didn't work with Hobbs and Shaw because those two are not like that funny when it comes down to it. These two, Falcon Soldier and Falcon and Winter Soldier, they work well off each other. Like in Civil War, that little banter that they had back of I hate you, like that whole thing that was just funny.
I want to see, and I don't know when they're going to be in production. Like, I want to see if Thor is really going to be with the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh yeah.
I want to see that dynamic between Thor and
and Thor and oh my god, his name is skipping me.
Why can't I think of anyone's name right now?
Yeah, I'm spaced out. 3 a.m. I ain't eat.
Thor and come on, Chad, help me.
Jesus Christ, I'm spacing out right now.
They call me
Star-Lord. Jesus
Star-Lord.
Christ, Star-Lord. Yeah.
Thank you, Arthur. Because one of the funniest scenes is like, this is my shit. Like, you're in charge. Like, yeah, you're in charge. And it's like they're like,
yeah.
fight. And they're like, no, we're not gonna have there'll be no knifing today.
It's like literally like a Space Bros movie, like just literally like Space Bros.
You can tell the condescending tone towards where like, we all know who's in charge.
Yeah, and he's like,
and
nah, but
Star-Lord's looking at him like, damn it, he's gonna be in charge.
And Rock is like, let's just have a knife fight to the death.
Yeah. And they look at each other like, no. I don't know. So what was the coolest part to you in Endgame? Because I have two. And I think I'll let you go.
To me, and it's gonna be funny that I say this or whatever, but I would make it 3 because you asked for 2. I'm just throwing. Just a comedic moment when Harold the Duck popped up, like he was in there for like 2 seconds or whatever. Like that was just funny to me that they had him in there. But it's the whole like when Thanos' whole army was like coming, and you just heard on your left from Falcon, that right there to me was like epic. And then the scene with Thor playing Fortnite. Well,
to me, when Thanos was fighting Thor, right, and he was about to put the axe in his chest, and he saw Thor rise up, and so you thought like Thor was calling it, but then you saw it fly past Thor, and then when you saw that thing go to Captain America, I remember I saw that on opening night, right?
Same.
You saw Mjolnir go to Captain America. The entire like auditorium just exploded. And it was like, oh my God, like, what am I watching? You know? And then to see him in that little sequence where he was fighting with Mjolnir was like, okay. The only thing I had an issue with is the fact that Captain America channeled lightning with Mjolnir. Because the lightning doesn't come from Mjolnir.
Yeah, from Thor
himself, because Thor is a god of lightning. So that's the one issue. I mean, I was still cool with it visually. I was like, oh my God. But looking back on it, I was like, well, wait a minute. Mjolnir doesn't channel lightning. Thor channels the lightning through Mjolnir.
It's comic books, bro. It's just comic books.
And the second one is when there's a scene when there was like, well, it's a trap, right? And then Tony Stark was like, yeah, but I don't care. And then it's the first time when he was like, okay. And then you saw the bolts of lightning, and you saw Thor because he was in like those like
yeah. He was like in
at first, and then
you saw the Big Lebowski clothes.
Big Lebowski clothes, and then you saw him in like the Asgard clothes, but he was still like fat, but he had the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, it's about to go down right now. It's about to go down right now. But those are probably my two. And the fact that when you saw everybody, when Captain America like Avengers Assemble,
yeah.
When you saw everybody,
yeah,
I was like, this is about to make the airport scene in Civil War look like
Nothing.
nothing.
Like that airport scene in Civil War, like I always said that, like that's literally like when you was a child, like playing with your toys for like 20 straight minutes. That's literally what that scene was in Civil War. And one of my favorite parts that I didn't mention it was like the cockiness and the arrogance from like that Thanos that traveled through time, and he was just like literally sitting down, like just antagonizing them, just the cockiness. Like you felt that Thanos would have been able to beat the Thanos from the other movie. Like that's how cocky he came off.
It was because I remember Nebula was like, "Well, what are you gonna do?" And he was like,
I'm sit.
"I'm waiting." It came out, and then Captain America was like, "What is he doing?" And so it was like, "Nothing. He's just sitting there."
He's like literally like he's like, I know, no matter what, you guys all come back to me.
I know you couldn't live with. He said, "I know you couldn't live with your own failure." And what did that bring you?
Right back to me. Like that was like boom, mic drop.
He's like, "You are just evil, aren't you?" Then he was like, "I see that y'all are ungrateful, so I gotta wipe everybody out this time and start over completely."
Yeah.
Because there'll always be those who will remember
Mm.
and will try to do something and say, "I can't have that no more." But I don't. The thing about the Infinity War Thanos compared to the Endgame Thanos is there was a level of finality to that Thanos. Like, I've been through all this, I've done it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been through all of this and I've done it. To where Endgame Thanos was kind of like, well, to me, I'm just kind of in the beginning stages. So I'm still hungry. Like the fight is like here. And I think that's the difference because Infinity War is like I'm at the end. Like I have to get here.
Mm-hmm.
To where that one was like, I'm gonna do anything by any means necessary.
Yep.
And I think that's the difference between the two Thanoses.
Mm-hmm.
Even though technically it's the same.
Yeah, no, but I get it. The second one was more like ruthless. Like he's like literally like when Wanda had him, and it was like literally she could have like literally ripped him apart. He literally was like drop all the bombs and just like kill everybody.
Yeah. And I was like, he was like, drop rain hellfire.
Rain hellfire.
I was like, whoa, what?
Your own people?
He's like, sir, our troops. He's like, just do it. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Are you watching WandaVision? The show?
I haven't watched it, and the reason I can't watch it is because I can't. There's certain people that you can't bring back. You know, like you can't bring Black Widow back. You can't bring Gamora back. Technically, you did actually,
Right.
but different Gamora.
Right.
Vision is a character that you can't bring back because even if you recreated him, the Mind Stone was still a part of who he was. And you can say, "Oh, he's a part of Tony and Ultron and Banner," but it's still through the Mind Stone that made Vision. So he wouldn't be the same Vision without it. And because the Infinity Stone is gone, there's no Vision.
You can't bring him back. Right.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the show, and I'm not going to say much because I don't want to ruin anything. But it's like, is he really back though? That's what the show has you thinking, and like the show will have you thinking like, oh, okay, cool. She's like she's the victim here. No, but it's like, is she actually the bad person? Is she actually the villain? Like the show has you just keep thinking like every like the first 2 episodes, not gonna lie, it's kind of dry, kind of just like filler, but it's just like it speeds up so much better.
Right.
But it's going to be weird moving forward because you're basically going to live in a world with no Iron Man and no Captain America.
Right.
And they were the first 2.
Right. I think that's a good thing though. And I understand weird doesn't mean bad. Weird means maybe just different. Something that we're not used to. But I think it has potential to be a good thing, especially if the MCU is able to cultivate other characters like the Punisher and Daredevil. You know what I'm saying? And I know they don't have cosmic powers or whatever, but if you watch the Punisher series, the
Yeah.
Punisher was dope.
Yeah.
Daredevil, yo, I'm talking about on Netflix instead of Disney, was dope.
Well,
You know,
well, the thing about it is that Marvel, behind the scenes, got the franchise rights to, and I'm kind of excited.
To everything, yeah.
I'm excited and nervous. It's the fact that they got the franchise rights back for Fantastic Four.
right.
Because I have yet to. Did y'all see the Fantastic Four, like Michael B. Jordan?
It was whack.
It was the first 10, 15 minutes. I was like, all right, I'll give it a chance. But then after that, it was just like the whole thing with like the fair, the school fair, like that was all good. But then like after that, it just like you could tell like they chopped it up and just had a different direction.
So here's the thing. So I was willing to get there's like, okay, we found this. It's a different dimension.
I was willing to give it a chance. It sounded dope.
I was like, okay, I'm going to follow and see what's going on here and follow where this is going. And then you see them go to like the planet, and they're like, "Oh, this is so cool!" Da 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 da, and then stuff goes wrong. Here's the issue, right? That movie, it never built up the connection.
No.
Between the characters, like even between Ben and Reed, you knew they were friends, but it's like I don't see how y'all are best friends because everything was just so choppy. Right. And like with Reed and Victor Von Doom, you can tell that there's a little bit of back and forth, but I don't really see the tension here.
You don't feel it, yeah.
And then like they come back. Now I do like how they did it, right? There was a point where it's like, okay, I'm following it. Like when they came back, and you can see like, he's on fire, and when he's crawling, and he's in everything, he looks back and his leg is like all the way back there, and it's like, oh, okay. And up until that point, I was like, good. But the problem with that movie is there's no middle.
Yep.
There's like a beginning and the end, and then that's it. Because by the time you get to the end, you realize wait a minute, this is the end of the movie? This is the final scene? Like, where's the rest of it?
Yeah.
And that's the problem with that movie is like, you just got 2 pieces of bread and nothing in between.
Yeah. It's literally like you said, it's the beginning and there's no middle and the end. It's literally like they get their powers and stuff, and then it's like, when did Reed decide to like he's gonna be like a secret spy and start going around the world and start doing all the things that he's doing? And then like the whole thing with Victor Von Doom, he went in there and like he was in there for a while, long time, and then he comes out. How did he get a cape? Where did that cape come from?
Right.
Like, did that world like manifest the cape? And then he comes out. And then he starts like popping people's head. He's just exploding people's head. But then he never does it to the Fantastic Four while he's fighting them. He decides to just explode everyone's head except for the 4 people he got to fight.
My whole thing is this. It's like the only thing Victor wanted was to go back to his world. That's the only thing he wanted. I'm like, what? Let him go back. It's like, let him go back. Why are y'all trying to fight him? And all he wants to do is just go back. He's happy there. He probably set up a nice little hut.
He did what Thanos did. He got a farm.
Yeah, he's just chilling. Let him go back. Why do y'all have to fight him? They never gave you a reason of why they needed to fight Victor Von Doom. They just, we got to fight him. And it's like, well, why?
It switched from like, we got to rescue him to like, oh, now we just got to fight him. We can't let him go back. We just got to fight him.
Yeah, and it's like, well, why do y'all need to stop him from going back? Just let him go back. He ain't hurt nobody. Ain't nobody there. He ain't hurt nobody there.
Honestly, if they would have had like, you remember the end of Infinite, like when the snap happened and like everyone disappeared or whatever, blah blah blah, and they had that end credit scene and they show like Sam Jackson characters doing the same thing or whatever, and that beeper that showed Captain Marvel. If that beeper instead of Captain Marvel, if that showed like the logo for Fantastic Four, I would have lost my mind. I would have rather that instead of having Captain Marvel be the logo.
Really?
Or being a surprise, like being a surprise that's coming from space. You know, I would have rather been Fantastic Four.
Hey, and I'm gonna tell you what I thought it was gonna show, and y'all probably laugh and think I'm silly, right? But I thought it was gonna show the X-Men's logo.
No, yeah, because that was around the time that they brought the rights and stuff, but it was like a little bit too soon. Like they didn't have it like officially signed and
enough
sealed.
time. Yeah.
I
think that would have been the dopest. I think that would have been the dopest joint you could have ever
absolutely.
did. You know what I'm saying? Like Captain Marvel is cool. You know what I'm saying? And I think they were like reactionary towards Wonder Woman, I think, in the DCEU. But man, listen.
To me, Captain Marvel, she's just too OP'd. She's just too overpowered. You know, like so, like when she was in like the Infinity War and Endgame movies, she was like in Endgame for like a little bit. Like she did damage towards the end. Like we really needed you.
Right.
Now here's the thing. I like the first X-Men, like the original X-Men, right?
Right.
And the second X-Men was like, okay. The third X-Men was like, what are y'all doing? And then it's like they went back to like X-Men First Class. And I said, okay,
that was like the most X-Men-y movie of all of them.
And then they had X-Men Days of Future Past. Now, Days of Future Past was supposed to correct and cancel out X3.
Right.
That's why they did it and brought everybody back, right?
Right.
And so when I heard they were going to fight Apocalypse, I was like, oh, they'll have the original cast to fight Apocalypse. But they're like, oh no, we got to cash in on this Michael Fassbender, Jennifer Lawrence, James McAvoy thing. So we're gonna go with the young kids to fight Apocalypse. When it would have been so much better had you had like Halle Berry and Hugh Jackman and the original Cyclops, them fighting Apocalypse instead of like Mystique.
Right.
There's one thing that I didn't like about like the reboot that they tried to do is Mystique. It's
Totally
like
agree with
I
that.
had Jennifer Lawrence at the height of Jennifer Lawrence, like she's winning like Oscars and stuff and everything. And it's like we're gonna milk her for everything we have. We just put her in the wrong role. Because technically the role is like a villain. Historically, throughout all the comic books, Mystique has been a villain. But we're gonna like, no, we're gonna make her a good guy. And that's the one thing I didn't like. That's probably my first biggest pet peeve about X-Men is they built up Wolverine to build the entire X-Men universe around Wolverine. And they depreciated Cyclops.
Oh, yep.
Like Cyclops basically did almost nothing in 3 movies. It's like he blew the roof off of the train station and then he died. Like that's really all I remember.
He literally like died like off screen too. Like they didn't even like show the mission that he was on when he died.
And I'm like, y'all literally, and he died like the first 10 minutes X3.
Yeah.
And it's like, is this it? This is all you get of Cyclops. Nothing.
And that's what's so sad because Cyclops' character in the comic books, if you look, there's so much source material, especially with like him and his brother, who they had like in X-Men First Class and stuff.
I don't understand that either because Cyclops is older than Havoc.
Yeah, and
like Cyclops is older than Havoc, but you had Havoc as like a teenager in the 60s.
Yeah,
right.
How did that happen?
And that's the whole thing too. It's like that whole time frame is like off because it's like you have this guy like playing Professor X, 60s, cool. In the 70s and 80s, he was walking, while injecting drugs. But then in the 90s, you're old and you're old Patrick Stewart. Like that don't make sense.
Right.
How did Storm from 1991 turn into Storm that's Halle Berry in that short time span? Right, like how did that Cyclops turn into the I know puberty is crazy, but
I don't. So I think that movie came out. It was supposedly based in the 80s.
No. The one with they like no, it was like 91. It was like 90, 91. But basically like the 80s, 90, like that era. Yeah.
I thought it was in the 80s. Because I think you said it was the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
It had like the 80s kind of looks to him, right?
Yeah, the whole mole scene. Yeah, you're right.
I think it was the 80s, right? But even then, okay, so the first X-Men happened in 2000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that was like 88. There's a 12-year window. And I don't think you can go from looking like James McAvoy to Patrick Stewart. You know?
Or you could go from Michael Fassbender to like Sir Human McKellen. Like that's like
Yeah. That's a lot of cigarettes, brother. That's a lot of cigarettes and coffee.
That's more than cigarettes, brother. That's more than cigarettes.
That's a hard life right there. That's a hard
that's a hard 12 years. No wonder he wanted to turn everybody into a mutant in that first X-Men movie. He had some rough 12 years.
Because here's the thing. So I look at it like this. So if you think about it, in the first X-Men movie, well, the first X-Men First Class, they're probably what, like 30?
Yeah.
So that means in X-Men Apocalypse, they're like 50 something. And they're like, why do y'all still look like y'all 30? It's like, you think your hair be kind of graying because you're in your 50s. You should be like graying a little bit.
Wrinkles.
Because Michael Fassbender still had like that sandy colored red hair, but 12 years later, it's like all white.
Yeah.
You know,
that was crazy.
Like, how did you age like this? Like, you didn't age for 20 years at all. There was no aging whatsoever. But you just aged like a rock dropping into a pond in 12 years?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else find that? Like, wow.
Let's can we point out like how that X-Men Apocalypse movie that dropped the ball so bad? Like Apocalypse looked like Ivan Ooze from like the Power Ranger movie. Like that, like it was that, like that's how bad it was. And then you show Phoenix, but it's like, did she go to space yet? Like when did she get the Phoenix power? Was she born with it?
No, that was one thing that killed me, because I kept saying Jean Grey is not the Phoenix. The Phoenix is a different entity that inhabited the body of Jean Grey. Like, Jean Grey's natural power, her mutation is not of the Phoenix.
Mm-mm.
And that's what killed me in X3. And
it's like, did y'all skip something?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, that's not how this is working.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
Freezy, there's one thing. When you're talking about Captain America and Tony Stark not being friends, the one friendship I question the most is Professor X and Magneto. It's like, are they really friends? Because they be like, old friend, but y'all is always like messing each other up. Like, you literally put your friend in a coma. You put your best friend in a coma. We're like, you'll wake up. It's fine.
Well, you know, sometimes you gotta put your best friend in a coma.
That's what I'm thinking.
It is like, wow, y'all have done some messed up stuff to each other over the last, 40, 50 years. Like, why are y'all still friends? Y'all should be like the Hatfields and the McCoys. Like, this is not this friendship is not healthy.
Okay, when you have your best friend like trying to like put the White House around, I mean a baseball stadium around like the White House, maybe you have your differences with your friend.
Yeah, that's like, okay, I think you're muted, Zach.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
And maybe you'll have to put him in a coma. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, wow. Then you paralyze him. Maybe the paralyzation was by accident. Maybe. But was jacked up. This was jacked up. So you know that your friend, right? If your friend is a psychic, you know that your friend is helping you by putting this guy, like freezing him, right? And what do? You just put a quarter through the guy's head, knowing that your best friend can feel what's going on.
Right.
How is that friendship?
Yeah, not really.
No. I hate, Charles. Eric is not your friend.
Right.
Captain America and Tony Stark are better friends than Magneto and Professor X.
Right. Right.
It's a love-hate thing.
Oh, there's definitely some hate there. Yeah, definitely some hate there. you know.
But
Yeah.
that opening, I know you like, you said X2 or whatever, but that opening scene from X2 of Nightcrawler, like going through the White House, top notch. That's like one of my favorite like scenes of the entire like X-Men franchise. Just that scene of him
Yep.
just like popping back and forth, and just the way he made his way through the White House.
Yep. And that's another character that I feel like is underdeveloped in the MCU. Nightcrawler.
Well,
You know what I'm
now
saying?
that they have the rights back, hopefully they could do it right,
Right.
I'll tell
Right.
you a character that's underdeveloped, and y'all might think this is a surprise. Charles Xavier is underdeveloped.
Yeah, because they never touched like his big story arc was that whole romantic relationship he had with like the Space Queen, the
It's
queen.
not even that. Here's my thing. In X-Men Apocalypse, right? We all know this. Charles Xavier is the greatest psychic in like Marvel. He's like the most powerful mind in Marvel.
No, he's not the most powerful. Jean Grey is the most powerful mind.
No.
Xavier is
Mm-mm.
he
No.
can just control his better.
Charles Xavier is the most powerful psychic. Like Jean Grey is okay, but don't confuse Jean Grey with Jean Grey the Phoenix.
Yeah,
Because Jean Grey herself is nowhere in Charles Xavier's class league. Nowhere near Charles Xavier. Now, if you talk about Phoenix, Jean Grey, that's different. But Jean Grey herself is not in Charles Xavier's league. And the fact that you are now, I think in the astral plane, which is where Apocalypse was trying to fight Charles Xavier, in the astral plane, I think Charles Xavier can hold his own with Apocalypse in the astral plane.
Hey, can you read that super chat?
RC Creative said Professor X is MLK and Magneto is Malcolm X. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, RC Creative. And yeah, that's true. You can tell that their story arcs are based on Malcolm X by any means necessary. And Professor X is like, we're gonna turn the other cheek to be accepted here. And so yeah, that's true. But I think Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were still better friends than Charles and Magneto. I don't think Malcolm X is going to, put Malcolm X in a coma to get his agenda going through.
he ain't gonna paralyze him.
Yeah, man, he's not doing all that. But thank you for the super chat, RC Creator.
No, but like Stan Lee, when they said that when they created those characters, that's what they wanted, like that dynamic to be. They wanted to be like Magneto to represent MLK, and I mean Professor X to represent MLK, and Magneto Malcolm X.
Okay.
But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? I forgot. It was something about oh yeah. There's no way you're not going to tell me that Charles Xavier in the astral plane is going to ask help from a teenage Jean Grey. Like I can't see that happening ever. Like Charles Xavier is not going to need a young Jean Grey's help.
Mm-hmm.
Like at all. Like that's the one thing that was getting me. See, y'all are just doing the most to build up certain characters.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like Beast. Here's the thing. I like Beast the character in X3.
Yeah.
Like that was Beast.
Mm-hmm. Chelsea, what's his name? Chelsea Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer was Beast. The guy that was at the young, that is not Beast.
No.
I don't know who that is. But Kelsey Grammer was Beast.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about like X-Men, the first 3 X-Men movies had some spot on characters.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Sir Patrick Stewart was born to play Charles Xavier.
Oh, definitely.
He was
definitely
born to play Charles Xavier.
Definitely.
The thing about it is this. Hugh Jackman has played Wolverine more than any other superbook character has played any character.
Mm-hmm.
And so he is Wolverine.
Yeah.
At this point. And that's a pretty good thing. I was never, ever, 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 ever big on Halle Berry as Storm.
Neither was I.
It's like the first X movie, she tried to put on like an African accent. But then the second one, she's like, nah, that's too much work. I'm not doing all that.
Yeah.
No. And it's like, Where you from? You sound like you from California.
No.
Where'd your accent go?
He just moved to Williamsburg.
Yeah, just like you literally when you try to sound like you had an African accent, and then all of a sudden, it's too much work.
That's why it's like, you know, I know like Chadwick, rest in peace, you know, he passed, but it's like I would have loved to seen like that, like have the introduction of Storm being the Black Panther Storm, like love story, like have that being how we got our first introduction to Storm.
RC Creative took the words out of my mouth. He said Angela Bassett is Storm. Angela Bassett would have made the perfect Storm. But this is a true story. Angela Bassett was basically runner-up for the character of Storm.
Really?
At the time they casted Storm, Halle Berry's star
Was higher
on the rise compared to Angela Bassett. And so because at the time, you know, Hugh Jackman wasn't a star. Like, he's not the Hugh Jackman we know now. I mean, they had Patrick Stewart, but he was basically, you know, Captain Picard at the time. And McKellen was like, okay. But everybody, they think about it at the time. When you look at 2000, Halle Berry might have been the biggest
star. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In that ensemble of cast
movie. Famke Jackson was okay. Like it was okay. She was
that chick that played oh my god, Mystique. She was alright too.
She was a model.
Yeah.
If you think about it, that Mystique, she probably only had like one line that whole movie.
No, but they took the name recognition of her and her being a model and stuff.
Her name, that's her Remains.
Yeah.
I can't think of her first name.
But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's who she was, and she was a model.
The only good things about that third X-Men movie was, like you said, was Beast, and we got that Juggernaut moment. That was the only two.
Yeah.
Because Juggernaut, when he was chasing Shadowcat, when he was chasing her through that, like wherever they was at, that building facility or whatever, that was pretty dope.
I mean, I guess say something else. The one thing about the Fantastic Four movie is we finally got a real thing.
Yeah. Did you ever see that Fantastic Four movie that came out in the 90s that like literally went like straight to?
Oh God, yeah, man. It's like they cannot make a good
Fantastic Four
movie.
And that's the thing. It's like that's the original family. That's like they have so much, like the best villains and the best stories are from Fantastic Four. The whole like Doctor Doom, you know, you bring in Silver Surfer, Galactus, like those are like the best stories of the MC of Marvel.
And yet they can't get it right.
And like you were saying, people like Thanos is not the strongest. Like you were saying, like Darkseid, like he dwarfs Thanos. You know, Galactus is the dark side of the Marvel universe.
Yeah, like Darkseid. Man, I don't even know where to start with Darkseid.
Yeah, that's why I'm so excited for that Zack Snyder cut, man. I'm so excited for that.
Well, I still don't think Darkseid is going to be. I think he'll make like a cameo. I mean, you'll see Darkseid, but Darkseid is like the thing about DC. This is why I love DC. Is always like darker than
Marvel.
Like Joker is demented and evil. Like if you dive into Joker in the comic, like that dude has some serious issues. Like,
yeah, I just say the Joker is a reflection of society. You know, because I was having a conversation with my friend. Like, is Batman really a fascist, or was Batman a good guy? Because Batman got all the money in Gotham City, so if he actually wanted to stop crime, he could actually do like job programs or like UBI to like help people out. But no, he just spent all his money to get gadgets and go around and start beating people up.
I mean, because it works that way. I mean, if you're bored, like, you know, I need a hobby. I go beat up criminals.
He's like either are you doing it like to make up for the trauma of seeing your parents get killed, or do you really want to stop bad people?
I do like that scene that Ben Affleck had. Here's the thing, and I do like Ben Affleck. I'm going to say this. people have thought I was crazy for saying this. Ben Affleck's character of Batman is the best Batman character I've seen in a Batman movie. Because he's older and he's more seasoned and he's like hardened by like because he's been Batman for like 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's seen some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell like he's just hardened by it. I mean, he's having the outfit. He's like, how many times have we seen bad guys and there's one just replaces the other one? It's like, are there any good men anymore? Are there any more good people? We just seen people like just be corrupt and just bad, and it's just you pop one and there's another one that sprouts up in its place.
Mm-hmm.
So we just got to cut it off out of here. Like that Batman was ruthless. Like that Batman, Ben Affleck Batman was like he's like, I'm not even taking no names. Like
I was like, when did Batman start shooting people?
Who do you think played the best Joker?
Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay.
I say like Ben Affleck. Like I say like the best Bruce Wayne is Michael Keaton. That's the best like Bruce Wayne. But then like the best Batman is the Christopher Nolan, that Batman. But Ben Affleck is the perfect combination of both. He's like the perfect Bruce Wayne and the perfect Batman. He may not be the best Bruce or the best like but he's the perfect combination of both. And like I was never taken out. Like I believe that he was both.
Yeah, that's not like with I can't think. Christian Bale. It's like you're kind of small, and because the Ben Affleck got big to play Batman, like he got big to play Batman. And like I can see like Batman being like if you're gonna beating somebody up, you're not about to be like 170, beating up everybody. You gotta be kind of like a big dude. You know what I mean? And that's why I kind of like you look more like a Batman than Christian Bale did.
Yeah.
And I kind of get that. I kind of felt like he was more Batman-ish than Christian Bale. The storylines were completely different.
Yeah.
I hated Christian Bale's voice as Batman.
Where is she? What? And then like the dialogue between him and Bane is like, I need subtitles. I can't understand neither of you.
Yes.
We want the money. We want the rich has been leaving out the poor for years.
I can't, what you saying? You need some Kleenex. I can't hear you. Speak up. Are you British?
The subtitles just say nonsense.
Yeah.
Undecipherable language.
Like you sound like Charlie Brown's best friend.
He sounded like the coach of Waterboy.
Yeah, I was like, what are you?
You're
I think everybody's like, I'll give it to you. The people. Like, you're not giving it to us. You're holding us hostage is what you're doing. I'll read it. But yeah, I'm if you saw the trailer, I'm interested to see Jared Leto's new take on Joker. Because the Suicide Squad Joker was kind of like a joke.
Oh,
the entire my God, they took the movie, they fired the original director, and then they took all the footage they have and they gave it to a company that makes music videos, and they told them, oh, edit this and put it and make a movie for us. Like the movie was just all over the place. Like it literally just felt like different music videos that the songs never like worked with each other.
So, but I can tell like Jared Leto was sitting here and he's like, man, I did such a crappy job as Joker, but they're giving me another shot to be Joker. So what do? I'll just imitate the best Joker we've had. And
yep.
Let me just imitate what he did. Because if you look, that last scene in the trailer and he turns around, you would have sworn that was Heath Ledger. Like just looking like, is that Heath Ledger?
And you notice he didn't have that many face tattoos.
No, and you said the makeup and the hair, and that was Heath Ledger's Joker.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Jared Leto Joker. That's Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah.
Even from when he was wearing the SWAT vest, that's something that Heath Ledger Joker would have did. And so I think with Jared Leto was like, I'm just about to imitate what Heath Ledger probably would have done. And you can tell his voice was different. He was like, we live in a society that's something. He's like, isn't that right, Batman? and he even tried to get the Heath Ledger tone down.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that kind of high pitched Joker voice that we got from Jared Leto in Suicide Squad. So it's visually it's going to be better because you can tell visually. Like, if you look at the Steppenwolf in the trailer compared to the Steppenwolf in the movie, it's
two different characters.
It's like, was that like a young Steppenwolf in the first movie, like Steppenwolf as a kid? Because this Steppenwolf right here is menacing.
Mm-hmm.
Like shiny, the armor is moving around. I mean, it's basically a Zack Snyder villain.
Yeah. Like even down to Cyborg, like just Cyborg just looks a lot better as well. Like just how they did it, and then they showed like that scene with the with Barry Allen and the girl from the show, like that. It just looks promising.
Yeah, and as also you get to see Black Suit Superman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of interested in where they're going with that, because you think about it. I guess his suit did have like a big hole in it, so.
No, yeah, they go to do the whole Superman Return, like the death of Superman, like when he he didn't actually die, he had to be put like in a rest, like a Kryptonian sleep or slumber or whatever.
The big thing about Justice League, right? The end. So Clark Kent comes back, right? But if I'm like the neighbor of Clark Kent, I'm like, wait a minute, you were dead. I went to your funeral. What's happening here? This is some pet cemetery type of stuff. Okay? Because you were dead. I went to your funeral. I was laying in the casket, and we put you 6 feet under. I saw them put the dirt on you. What are you doing here?
No, but what is it? What wasn't it like known that Clark, like when he died, like it was known that Clark Kent was Superman?
No, because remember they had two different. And
oh yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right.
That was like all the people back there burying the empty box, thinking that that's Superman, but they were really burying Clark Kent. Because remember they had the whole article like Clark Kent died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, no, they didn't think that Clark Kent was Superman at all. But Clark Kent is Superman's back. Oh, and guess what? Clark Kent is back too. Like, I don't know how this happened.
I'm like, honey, I saw at the supermarket.
Like Clark, like, we went to his funeral like 4 months ago. He was buying produce.
It's that vegan diet.
Yeah, like I think you lost a little bit of weight, honey. It looks great.
See what happens when we go gluten free, sweetie?
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know what's going on, but that's the one thing that I would have got me like. So he just came back. No one's going to ask any question. He said that people were helping him move back in the house, and I was like, "Hey, Clark." Could explain something.
Are you a zombie?
I want to hear that. I want to hear the excuse that they give. Like that was a joke.
They be like, "Oh yeah, he was undercover. he was investigating the story."
Yeah, I guess we're going to use that excuse. But what about Perry?
Yeah,
how did he get his job back? Yeah, you want to know a story? I ain't said you want to know exclusive. What's going on here? Yeah,
oh, man.
They left a lot of questions. That's what writers. I guess they can just put anything out there and just call it a day.
But it's just like the Fantastic Four movie. It literally like the movie was going well, and it literally was like they didn't finish it. It felt like it was incomplete. Like there was a big part of the movie that was missing, and then like the whole like ending with like that the scenery, like the green, like what was that? Like that stuff that was growing out of the ground, like all of that, like.
I don't know. It looked so nice, and it's like, what is it? It looks like mold. We need to get out of here.
It was like purple mold crystals growing all over the place.
And what is the purpose of that? I don't know.
And the whole like, you remember when they had the scene when they first introduced like Batman, but they showed like Barry Allen, and it was like they showed they're like, oh, it's her Martha. I mean, it's she's a cute. They never addressed that. Last scene that they never addressed that when Barry Allen came back to like speak to Batman and to tell him that like Lois was the key to it all.
Yeah, that I was like, okay, they're kind of really just I'm trying to write this in the chat and talk at the same time.
That's cool. But no, the Aquaman, like they started to do it better. Aquaman, to me, that one was dope. The Wonder Woman, the first one that came out, it was good. The first 2/3 of it, the end part, like the last battle sequence, that was trash. I just felt like they rushed that. It was just horrible.
I didn't. Here's the thing. It was good. I think they wanted to use the concept, so they went because they knew, like, okay, we have to start a origin movie during a war, but Captain America just used World War II.
Yeah.
Let's go back even further
to World War I.
World War One, to make it look fresh, I guess. And it was a good concept. Like I said, the end scene was. I don't like Professor Remus. I don't like Professor Remus as a Professor Lupin as
You're talking about
I can't think the God of War.
God of War.
Keep thinking of Hades for some reason. Chat, help me out. Who's the God of War? I don't know. Ares,
God of War. Yeah.
I don't like that. I didn't really see that as a necessary kind of thing. The second one,
oh God. Yeah. It felt like she wasn't given a chance to, like, she ain't had, like, what bad feelings? Like, that's the big bad feelings. It felt like in this Wonder Woman 1984, it felt like she was a better Wonder Woman in this movie than she was in, like, Batman vs Superman. But that makes no sense because Batman vs Superman is in the future. So how are you better in 1984 as Wonder Woman, but you're not as good in the future as Wonder Woman? You know?
And also you gotta think about, she in Batman vs Superman, she's like, I haven't been Wonder Woman in 100 years.
Yeah.
Except for this time in 1984.
Yeah.
I did this one thing.
Except for this one time in 1984 where somebody was on the TV and he was granting people wishes and, like, the whole world almost destroyed, but nobody remembers it or wish to bring it up.
In 1984, even though Bruce Wayne is probably like a teenager then, and you should have remembered it, but you don't remember that either. Oh man, nobody remembers it. It's all right.
The only thing that I could say that I was like, all right, cool, that was pretty dope, was the opening sequence, like in the mall, and she took, like, the headpiece and, like, she threw it and, like, hit all, like, the cameras and stuff like that. To me, that was a throwback to, like, the Wonder Woman TV show. Like, that's something that Linda Carter did and stuff like that. So that right there was a nice nod to it.
I mean, there was some aspect. I like how she used the lasso more. I like when she was spinning it in that White House scene.
Yeah.
What I don't like is Cheetah. I love the casting with Lord, I haven't been able to think of nobody's name tonight.
Same here. This is the SNL chick too.
Yes. She's hilarious.
Kristen Wiig.
Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
Yes. I love the casting as Kristen Wiig as Cheetah, but it's like, I don't think Cheetah. Remember at the end when Wonder Woman got her full powers back and she was still losing a fight to Cheetah, and it's like, so you trained your whole life to be a warrior, and even though she has the same powers as you, she literally just learned how to fight like 2 days ago, and you can't beat her.
Yeah, and like you, like the whole, like, all right, cool, I'm gonna get, like, OP'd, I'm gonna turn Super Saiyan and come with the gold suit and the wings, and, like, that was shredded in, like, 2.3 seconds.
What was the purpose of you making a pit stop to your house when the world is in jeopardy?
Like, yeah, that's the thing too. The
outfit, and it didn't even work.
World's in jeopardy. I gotta go home. I gotta get my gold wings.
And this is what I don't think. Was she flying or was she gliding?
I think she was gliding. She was gliding.
Because, like, she took off and then she was, like, trying to fly and then she glid. Then it took her, like, 7 hours to get there. And it's like, This is a long glide. You probably should have just like took a boat or something, or went to Davis and got a car, because you gliding is taking forever. Half the world is going to hell, and you just gliding with your little gold suit on for no reason at all.
And I thought it was so cheap how they threw in the invisible plane.
Oh my God. I was excited when I first saw it.
Yeah, I was too. I was, but then after thinking, I'm like, you ain't do that when you guys were facing, that like in Batman vs. Super, like you had this, you could do this.
So here's the thing. Also, this is what kills me, right? So her boyfriend, Steve Trevor, like died in 1918 when planes were like single engine, and so you can fly jet now. Never had a jet in 1980, but you can just fly a jet now. Okay. Where did you learn about jets from? Because they didn't even have these when you were alive. Okay, they had like single engine planes
that you had to have somebody stand in the front and like and like turn.
Yeah,
in order to get the engine started.
But you
Full
can
start like a lawnmower.
Yeah.
You can fly a whole jet now. Like, where did you learn to do this?
He was like, no.
He learned it from the
I
people that
turned
wrote
it
the
on.
movie. The writers of the movie taught him how.
I guess so.
It's magic.
I guess so, because I don't understand. You've been dead, but you came back yesterday and you can fly military jets.
No, what you miss in the movie is that when she wished him back, she wished him to go through like the Matrix training so he could be up to date on like technology and stuff, like to get all that information.
Yeah, and it's like, this is some amazing stuff. And the fact that this is a fair thing, because remember, she was like, I've only turned a coffee cup invisible one time. And I'm about to do it on a whole jet.
And so we could get out of radar. Like,
yeah. I forgot about radar.
I forgot to tell you. Yeah, there's this thing that's called radar that could track us.
Maybe you didn't have that back in the day.
No, they did it. He was like, "Oh, I can get away from them." There's like, no, there's radar. Like,
back in my day.
My day,
we just flew above the clouds to get away.
Both uphill both ways in the snow.
Damn, it's like, okay, so you just flying jets into fireworks. That okay, I see what's going on here. Wonder Woman. That you never turn anything bigger than a coffee cup invisible, but you just turn a moving jet invisible. Because your dad did it. He didn't even teach you how to do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, where did you even learn to do this at?
I'm like, when did you even have a conversation with him? Like,
exactly. He's a legend. Wow.
He specifically made an island for y'all because he just didn't want to have to deal with you.
But he loves you so much that he's gonna, let you swing on lightning.
Yeah, that's the thing that caught me. I was like, when did Wonder Woman turn into Spider-Man? Like, when did that?
Swinging around on lightning.
It's like the Spider-Man from the video, because she's just like, oh, thunder's there, so I'm gonna catch it. You don't know where they're gonna be. It just shows up when you throw your lasso.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah. Did you see the trailer for Mortal Kombat?
I saw it came out today. I haven't seen it yet.
Nah.
I'm still like shell shocked from the 90s Mortal Kombat.
But to me, that 90s Mortal Kombat is still to this day the best video game to movie adaptation that we've had.
Have we had a lot of video games to movie?
That's been I know the bar's on the ground, but that's been the best one.
Not a lot of good ones.
Yeah, not a lot of good ones. Not at all. Max Payne, nope.
Oh man.
What was that one that The Rock was in? It was, oh my god, I forgot the name.
Jumanji?
No, not Doom. When The Rock played Doom.
But yeah, there's those 90s Raiden was always my character.
Yeah.
I had to get Raiden. I couldn't play with anybody else. I don't know what was worse, like the '90s Mortal Kombat or the '90s Power Ranger movie.
Oh,
Or the '90s Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh God, I remember
oh
that.
Lord!
I remember
The
that
things
movie.
that come up at 3:30 in the morning.
No, here's this. I was legit saw Power Rangers, the movie with Ivan News on like a week ago, and I was like, "Oh wow, I haven't seen this movie in like years. I'm gonna sit down and watch it." And at the end of that movie, I was like, you know what? Only a kid in the '90s would love this movie.
Or believe
And-
it. Only a kid in the '90s would believe that a high school team, high schoolers will like organize a skydiving tournament and like everyone is okay with it.
Yeah,
Take it easy on us '90s kids.
and I'm just like, wow. Was this movie this bad when I saw it the first time in 1995? I don't remember, but Jesus Christ. Like the acting was bad, the choreography was off. And
Oh God.
The show was like, what was the use of the putties? Can someone please tell me what the use of the putties was? Because they literally had like no brain. They're like a hive thing. And you just hit them one time and they fell over. And it's like, y'all are the best protection that Rita and Lord Zed have.
Figure it out, chat.
Hey, they're the foot soldiers. Somebody got to take the hit. The pawns got to be thrown.
Oh my God.
State of the New York Knicks podcast. What's up? Yeah, you're right. Max Payne was a dope game. I love that game. But when the movie came out, I was just like, what is going on?
I'm not gonna lie to you. That Power Rangers, the original Power Rangers theme song, is still catchy as hell.
Oh, 100%. That's why when they rebooted the Power Ranger, when it came out a few years ago, and they had that scene and they had the original like Mighty Morphin MMPR like theme song, I lost my mind. I was like, thank God it's not like no reboot or like no remix with like Green Day.
I guess they can
Green
get
Day.
They got something right in that movie. I mean,
Green Day.
The new remake, it wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. It was just like a big ass commercial for Krispy Kreme, though.
It's like if you were a kid today and you didn't know the Power Rangers in the '90s, you were like, okay, this is an all right movie. I can dig it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you know like because here's the thing, I stopped watching Power Rangers as a kid when they were like in space. So I'm like, why are these teenage kids from California in space?
And still going to school at the same time.
Exactly. They got no absences.
Where are their parents?
And then it's like the Red Ranger too. He was not even from Earth. He was an alien. I'm like, who is this random kid that's in our school now? Like, no one questioned that. Like, you don't even got to go to school. What are you doing here?
Like Tommy looked like he was 27, pretending to be 16. Like he had a full goatee. And they're like, how old are you, Tommy?
I just pay taxes.
Like you really should. Like you're the only one of us that can buy alcohol legally.
Seriously.
Tommy getting everybody drinking Angel Grove. Jesus.
Nah, but MMPR, my Power Rangers was that was it growing up.
But I'll be right back.
Oh man, that's a lot of Marvel talk. That's a lot of.
Sorry to bore you out with the.
No, you're not. No, I'm just letting y'all rock. I'm like, oh, wow, because I was never the biggest fan into all that stuff. I mean, I watched some movies here and there, but that was never my thing.
Okay. So what was your thing growing up besides sports then?
Cars,
nice,
yeah,
nice.
Still is.
Nice. Like growing up, like I said about Uncle, he was big into like painting cars and remodeling and fixing up cars. So when the movie industry went on a strike with like New York State and New York City, they stopped coming and filming. So he had to switch to like just a body shop. So he switched to body shop, just painting. I used to do that in high school, but then like he fired me because like he didn't want me to drop out to start doing it. But it's a love for cars is something rare. It's like it's a different type of vice.
Yep. More expensive than the drug habit.
Nah, yeah. Like, did you ever watch like let's say like Orange County Choppers growing up and any of those shows?
Yeah, I guess. I like Street Outlaws. I watch that a lot because I'm big into drag racing.
Okay.
It's street racing. I mean, in Mexico, of course, for anybody who's watching. But yeah, it's I've always been into cars, man. Always been a Mustang guy, but I like everything.
Nice. Always been one of like growing up. My uncle always had like collections of cars, so he had like a Chevy Nova,
Yeah.
And that always stick with me. That car always stick with me because that was the first one. That's the first car that I knew by name. Was a Chevy
Yeah.
Nova. So it's
Yeah.
like if I do hit it one day, that's going to be one of the cars that I'm going to get.
Yeah, value. Oh man, it's amazing. The values in those Novas are going up big time. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The 66 and 67 Novas are the only ones I like. The Deuce Novas, they called them.
Let me see.
They were the not. I don't know. You probably thinking of like the 68 to 73 body styles.
I think this. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Boom, 1973 in the Matchbox. I'll tell you exactly which one he had. Yeah, it's a 73 one. Because he had
Uncle has two
the
73s.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, man. So you're a Nova guy, eh?
Yeah, Nova guy. That's and then like of course like caddies and stuff, but I'm talking about like the old school Cadillacs, not like any of these like from the 90s ones was dope because it just reminded me of big ass like ships, like spaceships, like boats,
land yachts.
Yeah, basically that's what it was. Like funny story, like I'm 17, my cousin let me drive his one time, right? Me don't know shit that much about cars, 16, 17 years old. It wasn't until like senior year I started working in my uncle's shop. So it was like I didn't know much. He's like, yo, fill it up, go to McDonald's and fill it up. I'm like, all right, cool. Come back to the house, go to the gas station. I see like 3 pumps all filled up, 4 cars each. But then I see one pump to the side all by itself. I'm like, why is nobody using that? Let me use. So I grab it and I'm like, it's not fitting in. Let me just pour this in. I filled this shit up with diesel gas. No. So I leave and I'm driving. Then it starts like stuttering. I'm like, it starts stuttering and stuttering. I park it up. He tries to like start it up. It just floods.
Whooped your rear end.
Nah, he was like, you're gonna have to pay for this. I was like, all right, cool. I had $260 to flood it out. And then we go back to the same gas station that I filled up because it has a mechanic there. And the mechanic was like, yeah, I know I was going to see you again. He was like, why are you going to stop me? He was like, because it's $260 to flood it out.
It's a life lesson, young one.
That's a big life lesson. I have like real bad luck with cars. Even though I like come from a family of car heads and stuff, I have real bad luck.
I'm actually in the process of starting my own YouTube channel about cars.
Nice. I just graduated from like Apex for electrical, so a lot of the dudes that I was cool with, they was in there for automotive, and one of them actually started off a YouTube page while he was in Apex.
Yeah, my one neighbor has a car channel. He only got like 600 subscribers, but I'm joining in on it. We're gonna collab.
Get it? It's a market for that, man.
I actually like because I'm at our first video is gonna be finding me a car because I had just sold all my stuff to buy this house and I'm engaged now, like to take the next steps in life.
Yeah.
So like I had a 19 GT performance pack, a Mustang. I had a 93 Fox body, single turbo drag car, big motor, the whole nine. I'm not going to get too into details, but then I had a 2000 GT, and I just sold all of them. So now I'm looking for my next car, and I'm not sure what I should get because I've had the same things my whole life. Like my Fox body I had my whole life, and I built that with my dad from the ground up. And now it's like I was so committed, like loyal to one car. I didn't even look at other ones. I'm not. Yeah. I always did, but I've never was like I'm not buying nothing else. And then I bought the GT, both my other cars, and I was like, yeah, I can't keep all 3 of these. And then I got addicted to the money. I was like, I'm just gonna sell all 3 of them. And now I'm like, well, Jesus. Now I need to get 3 more. Now I don't know what I want. And it's like because they had the same thing your whole life. You now I just don't know if I want to get the same thing, build it again, if I want what I want to do. I don't know.
Like my endeavor that I'm trying to get into with my partner is taking an old school, like a school bus, like a used school bus, gutting it out and retrofitting it and like hooking it up and just like crossing the country with it, doing a little road. Yeah. Make it it's not that expensive either. If you actually like break it down, used school buses go for like $5 to $7 grand, and then you put like the materials and everything. You're not spending more than 20 grand on a school bus like that.
Yeah. Oh man.
Let's see the chat. State of the New York Knicks podcast is like talk anime. I'm watching Spawn right now. One of my favorite animes were like Yu Yu Hakusho.
I don't have any single clue about anime. Sorry, State. Maybe you come on and talk about it with us, man. Educate me on something.
Nah, I just just animes just hit differently for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess I was always either playing baseball, basketball, football, or working in the garage.
Mm.
So I never really had that kind of,
No, I
free
feel you. I
time.
feel you. I didn't start getting like heavy into sports till like 2004, 2005, when I was like a freshman in high school. So it's like I came onto the scene late when it came to like watching sports and stuff.
Right. Yeah, no, I was playing baseball pretty much all year round, travel ball and all that. That was my sport. And then I played basketball in the winter to stay in shape. And then football I did for 2-3 years. But I got hurt, so I stopped doing that.
Mm.
But I mean, my dad's been a mechanic almost 35 years now. And like, so that's just been my love. That's where I spent the most time with him, was in the garage.
Nice.
And yeah. I won a Cobra. I won my birth year Cobra. I won a 94 Cobra.
94.
Yeah, that was my birth year. I've always wanted one. My uncle had one growing up. He built a motor for it. It was twin turbo. It was a street car. The thing was nasty, and that was the first Mustang I ever rode in. So that I've always had a soft spot in my heart for them.
Mm. Nah, those are the like the vintage like sports cars from the 90s era. Like whenever you watch like a 90s movie, that's the car that you see.
Yep.
Like from the Beverly Hills Cops 3, the last one, that was the car that was in that movie too.
Oh man.
So what was like your first you say like Knicks team that you watched?
Knicks
that you
team.
say that you like, all right, cool, I'll watch for like the whole season.
The 99 team.
99?
The 8th seed team, the magical run.
Nice.
And then the next one would have been the Mellow 2012. No, I watched every year, but I'm saying like I've been suffering. Like,
oh no, we all have.
Yeah, I know, but at least I didn't get really the full 90s. I know it was a lot. Never would have rang, but they're consistently there.
But
Competitive. I missed all that.
Even though you was young, you was still able to remember like the 99 team. Like
yeah.
Like me, my first thing was like the 2005 team. Like when we had like Channing Frye, David Lee, Nate Robinson. That's when like I was like, all right, cool. I watched like every game, and it was like I was so heartbroken when we traded Trevor Ariza. To me, I thought Trevor Ariza was going to be like the next best thing. I really thought Trevor Ariza was going to be somebody.
You.
Yeah.
Poor you. Oh my god.
Let's see this. Ninja Scroll Super. Freezer, you still here, baby? You fall asleep on us?
I know he asleep.
Probably. Yeah, because I'm gonna get off soon in a little bit.
That man never sleep.
Yeah, I always see him up. I try to keep on his schedule. I can't. I can't. Like an FBI like investigator can't keep with his schedule. The way he be working.
Yeah, I don't know. Where'd Kev go?
I have no idea. Kev, you still there too? Are you watching some DC cartoons?
Oh man, that was a long. That was good though. I learned a lot.
Oh no, I'm yeah. When it comes to like the comic book movies and stuff, like I like the DC stuff, but mostly like the animated cartoon stuff. Like reason why I have a nephew is excuse I can watch cartoons.
Oh yeah, good. Yep. My kid wears Power Rangers out. Y'all were talking about Power Rangers. He does not stop. That and Transformers. That's what I get to watch.
Nice.
I get to be a fly on the wall and watch the same Transformer episodes over and over and over again. The old school ones.
Oh, okay. Now I used to love the Beast, the Transformers, but when they turned into like the animals, the Beast Wars one, when they turned into like the Optimus turned into a gorilla, and then like that the cheetah, like that was that was the first Transformers that I ever watched. I didn't watch like the old school one with the cars. It wasn't until later on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm about to get off in a few.
Yeah, me too.
What's up, baby? I want to do a proper bye before I send off. It was a pleasure talking to you, my guy. I remember time we talked one time on Ron Cleveland's show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I've seen you there too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people you meet like on these platforms. So it's a lot of people that come through.
Definitely. It's amazing too. Just like the amount of people that have the same tears and the same pain that we have suffered.
Like you can't even talk to your best friend for all hours like this, but you can come on and talk to strangers till 4 a.m.
No, that's definitely
it's nothing.
Yeah. Yo, Freezy, what's up, baby? Because I'm about to get off. I gotta take my dog for a walk before I go to bed.
Freezy, come back.
Freezy, come back.
You can blame it all on Kev.
Greenhouse. We used to think Frank was playing Kuroko's basketball.
Oh no! Why
leave Frank alone. It's 3:45 at night. Leave Frank alone. He's trying. Frank is worried about picking out his outfit for the next game.
That's all he cares about.
Yeah,
that's why he keeps faking injuries so he can dress on the sideline.
You FaceTime Killian Hayes before every game, and it's like, so is this outfit good or is
how I look, boo? If you told him you could wear Gucci as his uniform, he'd probably be out there dropping 20 and 10 a night.
Oh, he would. If he couldn't make if he thought that he could get away with like getting it tattooed, he would.
Ridiculous. That kid. Waste of talent, man.
Yeah.
Waste of a body. Like
seriously.
His body, man.
And that's a sad thing too, because he's 6'6", 6'7" point guard, lanky like that. Like, come on.
And he's putting on weight, so he looks he's got some muscle to him.
Yeah, like and the crazy thing is like we're gonna cut him for like a bag of like potato chips and like garbage.
Like
and he's gonna
like semi-pro, trade him for a washing machine.
Yeah. He was gonna trade him for the water fountain and at the garden. And then he's gonna go to San Antonio and like he's gonna kill.
I don't think that's gonna happen. If Tibbs can't put up with him and like the way his mindset is, because that's what's holding him back, like his personality, his character. If he can't do it, you think Pop's gonna?
Nah.
The Pop doesn't put up with that.
Nah.
And that's what holds him back.
Nah.
It's between his ears and what's in his chest.
Mm-hmm.
It's not physical ability. It's not, we've seen it out of him. He's got talent. It's just, it's something wrong. Like, I don't know.
You see like the moments when Knicks fans, like when we fall in love with him, like you see those spurts, like he'll have like a good 5 to 10 seconds of like good performing, but then he'll do something stupid.
Well, like when we were with Hardaway and Porzingis and that team, when we were like 2 games above 500 and like 30 games in, he was making a lot of good plays towards winning. He was a decent glue guy for that team. He wasn't nothing special now, but he was, he has a decently big role in that team.
He showed promise.
Ever since, just nothing.
Now I'm not sure if it's like a coaching thing or just a cultural thing or a franchise thing or.
There ain't no way it's coaching because other guys had the same coaching.
Yeah, it's
like it's just between his ears.
If Julius Randle could make that leap, if Randle could like make that switch from last year to now, there's no excuse that he could have had some improvement. Like even when he got burned in the preseason, like when he was playing in the preseason, he wasn't like outperforming like anyone else that was battling for a guard spot.
Yeah, no, every guard looked like hot garbage. Then, as far as Dennis Smith and he's concerned, they look garbage.
Yeah, and even now, look, you see DSJ in Detroit, it's just trash. It's like
I haven't even gotten to see him. I haven't even gotten to watch him play yet. Did he play in Detroit? Like, what's his role? A couple games. Like, did he actually get on the court?
No, he got on the court. He knocked down 1 3 and a layup. So,
jeez.
Yay.
So I'm sorry.
Yay.
I took a minute to check out the Mortal Kombat trailer.
Oh, here we go.
And I'm gonna say, holy shit!
Fire, right?
I was like, I had to watch it again because I was like, wait a minute, is this happening? This is really happening. It's like what's his name? Like David McNichol in Ghostbusters 2. Like, it's really happening.
Yeah, it's really happening.
Yeah, it's really happening. Okay.
Looks fire though.
Of course, the last half of the trailer when you see Scorpion and Sub-Zero, it's like, I'm 12 again.
Mm-hmm.
This is real. This is literally Sub-Zero and Scorpion. When Scorpion said, he said, "Get over here," I was like, "Oh shit! Why am I this excited?"
That fight sequence that they showed with them, and he cut him, and then he turned the blood into the blood into ice, bro.
Yeah.
Right out the game.
One thing I was thinking about when I was watching the trailer is because it's a trailer and it's on YouTube, right? But then it's different because you see like the red background give you like this.
The Red Band trailer.
Shit. Be prepared. Do not have your children watch this because there will be carnage. Because like they're trying to show you like, no, this is Mortal Kombat. And to quote Scar from the Great Lion King, be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And wow, I can't believe I saw like Jax get his arms frozen off and ripped off. I was like, oh, this is gruesome. This is the beginning scene in the trailer. What is going on here? I'm just seeing a man get his arms ripped off. It's like, wow, I'm really in for the next minute and 30 seconds. They're really about to give it to me.
Well, Kevin was about to go to bed. Now that you hooked him, he's gonna be up all day, excited.
Yeah, they hook, that
himself.
trailer hooks you in, bro. That trailer really.
I watched it twice. That's what I was like. Wait a minute. The only thing I didn't really particularly care for is like, aren't Sonya and Kane like enemies? And it looks like they're like together.
Sonya and Kane and Kano. Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. They don't like each other, but yet they're like questing together, and it's like, this is one of those things like, I'm going to kill you in the end, but I kind of need you right now to get to where we need to get to. But I'm going to kill you. Just want you to know that.
Well, it kind of feels like that towards like at the end of the trailer when he has like his accent and he's like his cockiness or whatever. Oh, Kano wins. Like it sounds like that. It feels like that. It feels like it's like, all right, well, this is tournament that we have to go to, and this motherfucker got like some powers or whatever. We have no choice but to work with him. Like we have to get him.
But I'm going to kill you. Just want you to know that. Today you're going to die.
You're gonna die.
And this is
be prepared.
I'm going to murder you.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be bloody.
That like the whole like when it first started out and you see like Scorpion and the whole like if anybody ever watched any of the animated stuff from like Mortal Kombat, but it's like the whole like the beef that like Scorpion and Sub-Zero's tribe has like towards each other, like that was like dope to see that like in the movie, in the trailer, to know that's the route that they're gonna go.
It's granted, Sub-Zero. I understand. I only saw like one or two scenes from
What?
I can't think of his name now. I just said his name. I said my favorite character, the lightning guy.
Raiden.
Mm-hmm. I only saw like maybe one or two scenes of Raiden.
But that's all you needed to see.
No,
because just from
I needed to see at least half the trailer about Raiden.
But just like you saw, like you only got like a little glimpse of Liu Kang.
We saw more of Liu Kang than we saw of Raiden.
Oh yeah.
Literally, it's like Raiden came down, he had the lightning, and he saw his eyes with the lightning, and that's all you saw of Raiden. Like that was literally it. I saw more of Sonya and Jax than
but even Jax looked good too. Like when they showed them like come back with the arms and stuff like that, I was like, oh my god.
My thing is this: if you got your arms ripped off,
I'm retiring.
I'm like, you know what? Maybe this lifestyle is not for me.
I'm retiring.
I'm gonna go become a fisherman.
I don't. You guys don't need an analytics guy somewhere.
I don't think fighting to the death.
Steven.
Yeah, fighting
an analytics guy.
Not for me. I'm gonna pass on this. Has Freezy been back here?
Nope, we've been calling for him.
Yeah, we've been calling for him because I was about to get off, but I just want to say bye.
Let me hit him up.
But I'm glad you saw that Mortal Kombat trailer because I felt like a little kid when I was watching that. Like I literally felt like a little kid when I was watching that Mortal Kombat trailer.
Yeah. I'm calling Freezy right now. See what's going on.
is your wake up call, Freezy.
This is your voice speaking to you.
Well, he did not answer. I'm gonna leave him a message saying that we're about to log off.
But yeah, bro, if you want the channel that I'm starting wants to help, collaborate with, it's gonna be my channel too. If you want to look him up, it's Dura Guy. Duraguy.
Duraguy.
Yep. Dura Guy. His name's Raji. He has like they call him Hot Hatches, the Focus ST.
Oh, I got it.
He's
Yeah,
doing a big
Focus
turbo.
ST. I'm following him right now.
He's a heck of a guy. He lives like a minute walking distance from me, and we're gonna probably collab this weekend, make a few videos.
But yeah, I definitely would love to see it. Like I would give me the info. I'll retweet it and promote it on my IG and stuff.
And we got to like what I noticed looking up like the car platform. It's all a lot of vlogs, right? Like building stuff, this, that, and the third. And a lot of your novice car fans or just people, like you have a favorite car or whatever you want to talk. Not a lot of people do the whole like live stream like Q&A or like things like that. Like we could have a debate show just on cars, man.
Yeah.
You could have all sorts of stuff that I've seen that I have ideas with that people don't really do. And
No,
that's
what I'm saying. You're definitely a market for it, bro. Like you definitely take advantage and run with it.
I'm excited about it. Excited about it. The Knicks are my passion, but cars is my number one. Definitely.
Like I always tell people, like I may be like a Yankee fan, but like I'll literally will give up the championships that I've seen from the Yankees just to get one from the Knicks.
I give up a few of them. I wouldn't give up all of them. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a diehard Yankee fan.
How you feeling about the team this year?
And they're always going to be choke artists. I mean, I love them, but they're choke artists, man.
Yeah.
When it matters most, you need guys that can play small ball, and that's why I love this acquisition of DJ.
Yeah.
Because we need guys, and he's not even like a speedster. He's not going to steal a lot of bases, but just the getting on base. I mean, Gardy. Everybody loves Gardy when they talk about small ball, but oh my god. There's a difference between patience at the plate and looking at strike 3 200 times a season.
Exactly.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Gardy loved jumping on the first pitch fastball to try to pull for a home run.
But I can't tell you how many times he looks at down the middle, about 90 mile an hour, strike 3, and he just looks back at the ump like, what? I know the ump like, what you looking at me for? Swing the bat.
It's just like Aaron Hicks also. Like I feel
I hate Aaron Hicks.
Yeah. My fault, Kev.
No, I was saying, did y'all catch MLB's top 100 list?
Yeah, we had 7 in there. Yankees.
Well, I was like to say that here's the thing. I like Mike Trout. Is Mike Trout still the best player in baseball though?
I can't consider him the best, because as long as he stays on the Angels, he'll never win a World Series. He'll never win a World Series. I mean, they don't put a team around him. They don't do, and is he the most talented? Maybe, but he's not. What he doesn't contribute a whole lot to winning.
It's like how if you was to put Mike Trout in like a pressured situation, or will his numbers still translate?
We don't know, because
you took Giancarlo Stanton and put him in New York, and his numbers wasn't able to translate.
He can't even get on the field.
Exactly. So I know those are two different players, but it's like look when A-Rod came to the Yankees. A-Rod just off of a 50 home run season couldn't live up to couldn't deal with the pressure.
Yep.
I just I'm looking at it, and what makes it as a Mets fan, the fact that the third best player in baseball is a player who plays every 5 days is amazing to the dominance of Jacob deGrom.
He's a stud, man.
He's literally the number 3 rated. They think he's the third best player in baseball. He literally plays every 5 games.
Like the whole
he's a stud.
Thing with baseball has to switch, because it's like, how can Jacob deGrom hit free agency at like 30 something years old?
Oh, the arbitration and all that, you mean?
Yeah, like the whole like arbitration and like holding the player back like an extra 2 weeks just so I can have an extra year of control. Like,
You just want him on the Yankees already. Say it.
no, not
You
even
just
that,
want
bro.
him on the
Like the other
Yankees.
players too. Like, let them get their bag.
Yes, I
You
can
just
tell you
want
that.
everybody on the Yankees, right?
Nah,
Here's the thing. It was funny. This might be
maybe.
from a wins and
Yeah.
perspective. This might be. I don't with the offense. Because that's always been a thing. Like that's why Jacob DeGrom never put up big win numbers because he's never had the offense. Like, well, we're not going to hit when you're on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
We'll hit when like somebody else is pitching. But when
Jake
you're on
DeGrom probably won his own. Like, he probably won 5 games on his own with his bat.
yeah, so it's like now that we have like an offense, I expect DeGrom to at least push 20 wins, like easy. Like he should literally. There's no because finally we have an
health permitting. Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like if he pitches, not even like he did 2 years. If he pitches like he did last year, we can finish runner-up for Cy Young. You know,
And he still should have won it, honestly, if you ask me. I know Bauer had like a tremendous stretch or whatever, but
What bugs me about the Yankees is like the whole like when we had our core 4 and built around them, like our homegrown guys. That's when we were last dominant. And like the whole buying a championship or trading for the best player or signing the best player doesn't work. Like we had that and we started to build something, and then we went out like and wasted all this on
Sonny Gray,
on Giancarlo,
David
and
Robinson.
like Starlin Castro. I really like Starlin Castro. He wasn't terrible, but like you give all these guys like, you know, Ottavino, you got Paxton. I mean, it's ridiculous. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. You make the
doesn't
trades like for players. You trade for Stanton when you don't need Stanton. Instead of trying to get Christian Yelich, which would have been a better fit for you. He's a left-handed hitter, younger than Stanton, not that much injury. That would have been a better fit. You trade you extend Aaron Hicks, who has never been like had a full healthy season. He came off of like an okay season, never was healthy. It's like the moves make no sense. You trade for Sonny Gray, you give up extra prospects, and then
you let him go.
You let him go, and then when he comes to New York, the pitches he had one way he knew how to pitch. He came to us, and we just try to mess with him and try to have him pitch a whole different type of game. You can't do that.
And also, I mean, what is this love with Brett Gardner? Like,
I don't.
Clint
I don't
Frazier is
get
a
it.
better baseball player.
Yeah, I don't. Now I always say like if Clint Frazier was a lefty, he would have got some burn. But the fact that he's a right-handed hitter doesn't do any good
Boone
service.
said that Frazier's a starting left fielder this season.
He
see how
should
long
be.
that lasts. But I mean, like, it's and then Girardi and Boone. I thought Boone was going to change it, but obviously not. Like, I get that we had at one point we had the best bullpen in baseball, but we had some starters that could take us longer in games. Like a starter was hot and they'd still pull him after 5 innings.
Yep.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and
like Tanaka got one hitter through 5, and you take him out. No, put Chad Green in there. You never know what Chad Green's going to give you. He was inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Betances, every time he came in the game, I'd about turn the TV off.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't stand Chapman, but at the same time, we were spoiled by having the best closer of all time.
Yeah.
Ever. No contest.
Mm-hmm.
We were spoiled.
Yeah, and then like look when you look at Chapman, Chapman, our past like 2 or 3 seasons that we've gone home, it's because of him.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you want about the Astros and the whole cheating scandal, whatever, but he still gave up those pitches. Just like when the Cubs, when they won the World Series, he did like give up the lead.
He held it. Yeah, he redeemed himself. But at the same time, like he's at the point in his career where he could still reach 103 if he has to, but he tries to stay around like 96, 97, 98 until he has to. So against Altuve, why are you trying to throw a get me over slider? Just go at him with everything you got. You got nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
You have nothing to lose.
2, why last season and the postseason and the game that we need to win, why are you messing around with a splitter?
Like
I get it. The times that he did throw it in the regular season, it looked disgusting. It was filthy.
In the regular season.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Not exactly. Not during the playoffs. You don't play around with a pitch that you just learned 2 weeks ago. And then it's like I always like when the Yankees went on the dynasty run that they did in the late 90s, they decided that offensive catchers. They needed a defensive cat. That's why they went out and got Joe Girardi. You know, I love Gary Sanchez. I want Gary
I hate Gary
Sanchez to.
Sanchez.
I want Gary Sanchez to drive, but it's like
I'd rather have
he's not
Kevin
a
Knox be the catcher of the New York Yankees than Gary Sanchez. And Frank can be his backup. I mean,
It's a
I'd
full
trade
circle.
Gary Sanchez is just disgusting. Why in what world do you catch off of one knee in the major leagues because it helps you? It doesn't. That's the dumbest. Like
That's the laziest shit ever. Sorry for cursing.
it's ridiculous. Like I can't stand Gary Sanchez. He has no heart, no motor. He's the worst defensive catcher I've ever seen, and he can't even hit anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrible.
Mm-hmm. And the Yankees have coddled him.
They should have kept Romine. I wanted Romine to be our starting catcher all those years. I liked Austin Romine, but Gary Sanchez for whatever reason. And then, like, I never thought they should have got rid of Joe Torre.
Oh, Joe Torre?
For Girardi. I never liked Girardi.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they got rid of Girardi, I wanted certain things to change. Like, I don't want Aaron Judge in the second spot in the lineup. I don't.
Nah, that never made sense to me.
I never got it because he had like 150 RBIs in the second spot. Well, imagine if you put him cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
What would that do?
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Boone comes in. It's the teams ran the exact same way, and the same decisions are made.
I think it's from the front office. You know, the whole analytic game and having certain situations. And I get it. Like numbers
how good
sometimes
does it work?
Exactly. If I have a picture of that, like he has 77 pitches going into the 8th inning with only giving up 2 hits, hasn't walked anybody, I'm gonna keep him in the game. I'm not taking him out situationally just because it's lefty on lefty. And that's the thing too. You have a hitter that he'll go 3 for 3, or the past 3 games he's like hitting over 400. But you're gonna sit him down because it's a matchup situation. You gotta ride the hot hand.
Yeah. I thought Torre was a good mix and one of the best managers ever. Like, in my opinion, I love Joe Torre. But, I mean, Joe Girardi is god-awful. He had, like, a dream team in 2009. It wasn't him. Like, even if it was so bad when Joe Girardi got fired or let go, whatever you want to say, he was fired. I don't know. They didn't re-sign him, but, I mean, even if he was under contract, they were firing him.
They was going to fire him, yeah.
When A-Rod was saying all the things like I wanted him to say on Fox Sports, like I wanted A-Rod as our manager over Joe Girardi, and that's sad. That is awful.
It really is.
Like, and I didn't want Aaron Boone. God, no, I didn't want Aaron Boone because listen to him on an ESPN broadcast during baseball. He sounds like a moron, like some of the things he says.
To me, I felt like the Yankees never gave Tony Pena a shot. I felt Tony Pena was somebody like who should have got a shot after Joe Torre. If he was going to move from that way, because Tony Pena was on Joe Torre's staff for like the last 3 seasons that he was with us. You know, the young players like Melky and Robinson Cano, like, yeah, you know, they're bozos for like steroids and PEDs or whatever. But when they were coming up, they gravitated to Tony Pena. Like they were always under Tony Pena whenever you looked at the dugout, like during games and stuff like that. And even when they went with Girardi, Tony Pena still stood with the team. He didn't leave until they hired Aaron Boone.
I wanted Pena or Rothschild.
Yeah,
the pitching coach, because he did a lot of good things, like helped CC revitalize, like, you know, take the next step in his career with grace. You know, he helped him change his style. I mean, he did a lot of good things with Tanaka. I mean, I don't know. There's so many different ways they could go than Aaron Boone.
He got the best out of Betances.
I would have rather the chick on the ESPN that does the games that makes no sense. Aaron Boone. Like, why is she on there? But yeah, I'd rather David Fisdale at some point. So, that's how much I can't stand Aaron Boone.
To me, I don't. It goes back to Aaron Boone is the reason why Alex Rodriguez was in New York. That's what it comes down to me. Like it goes back that deep. Like, you're the reason A-Rod didn't go to Boston, because if A-Rod would have went to Boston, they would have never won that. They would have never won that year.
No, our luck. A-Rod would have went there and been one of the best clutch performers of all time.
Man, it's just the fact that Alex Rodriguez, he he paid fans or he paid people to like be there for his hearing with like posters that you could tell was literally drawn with a marker 2 minutes before he started walking, like right where the cameras are and that. It's just
The paint wasn't even dry.
no, paint wasn't even dry. It's like with Melky Cabrera too. Melky Cabrera, when he got caught, he tried to start a fake website in order to cover the fact that he brought supplements. He's tried to literally start a fake website. It's like, this is where I brought it from.
No, I like teams that disappoint me. That's what it comes down to. I like teams that break my heart. The Cowboys, Yankees, Knicks, Michigan college sports.
Oh God.
I only like teams that make me miserable, I guess.
No lie. So one of the pitchers that we had over the years that I always wanted to, I thought he was going to be good here, but he was phenomenal everywhere else he went, was Javier Vasquez.
Yeah.
He was an ace for like the White Sox and Atlanta, and like even before we got him the first go around, but he just never panned out.
It seemed like there was the one guy that got so much hate that he finally made it work. Like he had his like Julius Randle moment, and the biggest moment was AJ Burnett.
Yeah,
that man, when we needed him most,
he came through.
And never did a single thing after that.
Hey, listen, when he went to Pittsburgh, he became like a different breed of a pitcher.
Oh, Freezy, you back?
Freezy.
I think I was about to get off, so I was waiting for you to get back.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and end what's going on. I think you're here, so I'm just going to...
He put himself in.
I think he's here.
Unless he fell asleep and rolled over and hit his phone or something.
I just texted and he said okay, so I'm logging off.
All right.
My whole sleep pattern is off now. I slept all day yesterday. So,
oh man.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, bro. Yo, nice talking to you.
Yeah, man.
Later, bro.
Yeah, go Yankees.
Go Yankees.
Oh, Brady ended it? You there? All right, well, you can hear me. Have a good one. Have a good one, chat. Everybody have a good morning, I guess. It's 4:10. Holy crap. See you, everybody.